What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Big Blue in the Bronx channel. I'm here joined by Professor Angry John, and this is Luca here, back with another episode of the Boys in the Apple podcast. Obviously, we're live right now. It's up to Jacob. I see him in the chat. Just want to make a quick disclaimer real quick. First of all, we're going to be having our good buddy Bad Takes Brian on. We're going to talk about NBA. Obviously, it starts tomorrow. Lakers Nuggets at 7:30, Suns and Warriors at 10 o'clock. That's going to be some two fun games right there. Obviously, we'll be calling the Knicks game this Wednesday at 7 o'clock. But just a little disclaimer, Alex will be joining the show after we do our Immaculate Grids. He'll be joining for about only one segment. He has fallen a little bit ill, but hopefully he gets better, obviously. So I'm going to load up the Immaculate Grid right now. A lot of things going on in sports right now. John, first thoughts?
Yeah, no, it's been a busy week in sports. Obviously, me and Lucas Jets had a bye this weekend, but good news, Buffalo and Miami both lost. So thank God to New England and Philly for helping us out in the victory department. Not only that, but like Lucas said, we got the NBA preview. We'll do some preview of the big storyline, some of our picks and whatnot for the season. And baseball playoffs, for those who are just tuning in, Arizona's forced to Game 7, and that will be tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. And meanwhile, the Rangers are up 1-0 over the Astros on a Corey Seager bomb. And, I got the game on for that tonight. That's what I've chosen to go with. But nevertheless, we also got the Giants to talk about in their low-scoring win over the Commanders. But everyone in the chat, shout out Jacob, Barbara. Hope everyone is well right now.
It feels like Barbara shouts to her, "Oh my God, I had a feeling Alex was getting sick. Feel better, my friend." Alex will be on here, but you know what? It's like it's the change of seasons that it always is. Like there's a lot of people who get sick around this time. Sometimes I get sick. Thankfully I'm fine for right now. It's the allergies, change of season, change of temperature. Think it was like 75 today. I'm gonna check the weather actually just before we do our Immaculate Grid. It's going to be in the 60s and 70s throughout the week, which is interesting because it was a little chillier this morning. So there's some people out there getting sick, but hopefully everybody's well, taking precautions, taking your allergy meds, doing all the good stuff, keeping yourselves healthy. So, John, let's start off with baseball, the biggest event going on right now. Yep. Diamondbacks obviously took Game 6. Rangers mentioned 1-0. And they have a category which I've never seen before, and that was born outside the U.S., 50 states, and D.C.
2-0 Rangers. Uh-oh. This ain't good.
Yep. Go Rangers, that's all I'll say. Both technically for tonight, Texas and New York.
It's not that I really have a leg in this race, but I really hate Max Scherzer because he's pitching tonight.
That's true.
I just want to see him get killed, but whatever.
What's up to Armand? Hope all is well. If you guys haven't already seen or announced or had it heard, me, Mr. Sir Angry John, and Armand will be calling Sunday's game between the New York Jets and the New York Giants live on this channel. John, if I would call it a takeover, a Jet takeover of a Giant channel. And also, let me just say that night will also be the call-in show, so we even get to hear your thoughts live at, obviously, the end of the night. But Jacob says Javier's getting smoked, 2-0 Texas. But anyways, let's start off with the grid. Obviously, we have Atlanta Braves, 300 average batting season, born outside the United States and D.C., St. Louis, Pittsburgh, and Seattle.
All right, I'm trying to think. We got Cardinals, Braves. One guy that comes to mind, Jason Hayward. He played on the Braves a long time. He was a Cardinal. I don't know how obvious that be. I'm just throwing out names.
That's fine. That's fine. This is a brainstorm.
Trying to think. The pitcher, John Gant.
Okay.
Pitch for both.
There's also, I think, Ron Gant, the former outfielder, if I'm not mistaken. There's also Brian Jordan. Gant played for them. Brian Jordan, as I mentioned. Let me see if Peter Moylan ever played for them. I don't think he did, though.
You know what? I don't know if many people know this, but everyone knows him not for his. Well, I don't want to say that, but Joe Torre played for both.
That's true. That's true. I think that's a really good shout, John. And for that, we're going to go with it.
Joe Torre.
All right, 3%.
All right, not bad. Not bad start.
I believe he actually managed both teams as well, which is fun. But anyways, Jacob says I might have to pop on Sunday night. I'm working till late. When is the call show? It is at 8:30, but we usually go on for about an hour and a half. So
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun night that night. It's going to be a fun day that day. But I'm going to go with Seattle and born outside the 50 states in D.C. There's a player I'm thinking of. His name is, let me pull it up. Greg. His first name is Greg. I'm just trying to think
I
of the,
think.
he was actually born in the Netherlands. He's an outfielder. Let me look up it was on the 2011 Seattle.
Oh, it can't be U.S. or.
No, it cannot be U.S. or D.C.
Okay.
Greg
Okay.
Halman, that's his name. Greg Halman. He
All
was
right.
born in the Netherlands. .1.
Wow, that's a. I'm trying to think of like the Japanese players. Anyone that.
You could also think of like Spanish players too.
Yeah. Geez, 3-0 Texas. Christian Javier's getting batted around.
Ooh, let's go.
Trying to think here. I'm really. Colton Wong's a guy that I'm thinking of.
Pirates. There's Sean Rodriguez. There's Starlin Marte was probably born out of the country. That's a little obvious though. There's Damaso Marte, who used to pitch for the Yankees, who obviously that too.
That the pitcher Chi Wei Lin, right? He was a Cardinal.
How do you spell that, honestly?
I'm guessing like CHI.
Chi Wei Lin. Let's try this. He was a lefty. He was a lefty, right?
I thought he was a no. He's a righty. He's a
Chi
righty.
Wei.
Yeah, no, he's a righty. Chi. Okay, can we? Is it cheating? We looking up for the spelling?
I gotta no.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna look this up because I don't know. Okay, it's or it's Chen Wei. Oh, I'm sorry. It's wait. Is it? I thought it. Okay, Chen Wei Lin. Hold up. I thought it was Chi. Hold up. Let me.
I see what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about.
I don't.
Unfortunately, I don't see him on Immaculate
Okay,
Grid.
maybe. Never mind. I thought he was in a. Because I'm trying to think of the World Baseball Classic. I thought it was
Understandable.
All right, never mind about that one then. I thought he played on the Cardinals for some reason. My bad on that.
They had a Japanese pitcher not too long ago. He was a lefty, I think. I'm trying to think of the name.
This is the internationals are getting me. The internationals. The internationals.
So, you know what? I think we got to get some help here. Mr. Brian, are you there?
Of course. Of course. There he is.
There he is.
Yeah, we know.
That's right.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. We know.
Brian, you're on mute.
I know that.
Oh.
Yeah, you were just talking. I saw your mouth moving, and it was like, yeah, you're talking with the.
Yeah, I know I was muted. I know that.
Yes,
I gave you guys I have an answer for you for the Pirates to solve that.
You said G-Man Choi.
I think G-Man Choi played for the Pirates at one point.
Yeah, he did.
He could work for Born Outside the US 50 and DC.
That's right. You know what?
Yeah, we'll stick with that.
Oh my God, I don't know how to spell these.
Jiman.
I already got it. 4%.
All right. Okay.
I also want to get to some comments. Jacob said for King Felix, he would be born outside the States, and DC for Seattle. Luis Castillo, either one of them is actually a good one, but more so for the Seattle thing. Let's see. Sox Arizona, what's up? Says popping in to say hi. Might have to run soon, but all I have to say is fuck the Eagles and go Giants. Yes, the Giants did win yesterday. My night is now ruined. Mansell has entered. Wow, Jacob is really putting the blame game on.
I got a topic I really want to talk about. I'm still doing research on it to make sure I got all notable players involved.
Shout out to Tony in the chat as well.
Yes, Tony. He is, I believe, the cousin of recently re-signed Deshaun Corbin for the Giants. He was actually signed off the Panthers practice squad, if I'm not mistaken. Alex was the first with this reporting, but yet just saying he wasn't credited with the reporting. So it happens. Ichiro, Jacob also mentioned. So I guess we can go to the Cardinals. There's the Japanese pitcher that is boggling my mind for the Cardinals pitcher. He was like a lefty. He was like one of the closers at some point. Cardinals. I think his name was So Taguchi, if I'm not mistaken.
Question: does Dominican Republic count as the U.S. 50 or territories and stuff?
I don't think
Does
so.
what?
If
The
it doesn't
Dominican
count
Republic.
towards born outside the U, I mean, if it doesn't count then.
No, I don't think
If I
it
would've
counts.
had a
I
name
don't
for
think
somebody
it
that got
counts as U.S.
drafted,
That's what I
yeah.
meant. I'm saying it probably would count like outside the U.S. So it probably would
Okay,
work.
so I'm going to try and get as many foreign-born players as I can. So I got one from the research I was doing today. How about Carlos Martinez?
That's not
Yeah,
a bad
that
one.
works actually. Yeah, that's actually a good one.
BR, born in Dominican Republic.
I think we'll roll with him actually.
All right. Yeah, that's a,
I'm just
Former
gonna try to
All-Star.
think.
all right.
It's the
I'm
top
done.
one, most recent
I'm-
one, 2013.
I'm thinking of the. I'm not thinking of any more international. That one's too. I can't think of all the.
It's
Yeah.
2023 to 2021. So
If this
yeah,
doesn't count, okay,
2%.
count it good.
yeah. So Armin says Cousins threw a pick already.
What else is new?
Oh my God. Okay.
Wampeg says to Brian, a Bucks fan, you're really gonna like Andre Jackson from
Dude, I
UConn.
love Andre. Don't even get me started. I love him. He's great. We have a really good young group. There's so much we can get into, but I'm going to save that for the NBA talk.
Jeffrey, yes. If it's tomorrow, yes, we will be doing Game 7. That's going to be a fun
Yeah,
one.
the D-backs won, right?
Yeah.
They did.
Freaking Merrill Kelly came through.
Yeah.
He only
he
pitched
really
5
did
innings
do it.
though, which is interesting.
The bullpen also did good, and they had a big inning back in the. I think it was the second or third, if I'm not mistaken. But
Let me tell you, beating Philly in Philly is not an easy.
No,
No,
it's
it's
not.
not. It's a hostile environment. I'm trying to think of 300 hitters for the Pirates. You got Honus Wagner, Roberto Clemente. Those are two off the bat.
Ichiro would be too easy for 300.
Yeah,
plus,
it's too
right?
easy.
Yeah,
There's Kazuhiro Sasaki.
What about Edgar?
Was he? I mean, maybe that's a little obvious.
I mean, Edgar was just on the Hall of Fame, and one of the best DHs of all time. So
that's true. There's, as I said, Kazuhiro Sasaki. There is. Try to think. There's Kenji Jojima, who I think I want to pick. Oh, I'm sorry. Why were we thinking foreign player? Why did I think foreign players? That's already been covered. That's
we just covered foreign, man. What's going on with you?
That was a. Hold on. I got the right sound for that. See, I don't just have it done to everybody. I'm going to do it to myself too. So, Alex named all these buttons, but yet here, there you go.
There you go.
I'm trying to think. 300 Pirates hitters. You got McCutchen, Honus Wagner, Roberto Clemente.
Is McGuire too obvious for St. Louis?
Yes, I think so.
I
what about Willie Stargell?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Did he hit 300? He hit 300, right?
I'll double check, but I would say Willie Stargell's a popular, not a pop, I mean, Clemente's more popular, but I think Stargell. 307 and 19.
I intervene.
Ooh, Jacob with the good one.
Oh, Sicky.
Jacob has a good one. Jacob just said, what about Brian Reynolds?
Pete Cosmo. Good point. He did hit 3 hits from 3.
I got Cosmo. You want to do that one for Alex?
That's a good one. Technically.
Alex for Pete Cosmo.
Yeah.
That one he's pushing for.
Wait, I got one for I just got one now. I just got one now for Mariners. Nelson Cruz.
Okay,
that works.
All right, Nelson Cruz.
He had to have hit 300. The home run machine he is.
Good guess.
Dude's a journeyman. I had to.
So, Alex, you said Pete Cosmo for the Cardinals.
I have it on good authority. Let me check one more time.
He hasn't gone on good authority. It's like somebody reported that to him.
2012. Well, I've had multiple things on good authority today, but 2012 he hit. Yeah.
Holy crap, that was good. Oh man.
I may be sick, but I'm not.
Luke, if you wanna go with your player, for the who did you say again? You said Willie Stargell.
Willie Stargell. Let's see how much. I bet it's gonna be a lot, but I don't think it would be as much as
that much.
Wait, hold on. Okay.
3%'s not bad.
3's not bad. 3 is not bad. Good job, Luca. There you go.
We got Pittsburgh, Atlanta, and we got Seattle, Atlanta.
I'm trying to think.
Any Seattle, Atlanta people? Let's see. I'm trying to think of guys like catchers. Catchers are some weird situations here.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't there a McCann that played for both Atlanta and Pittsburgh? Am I crazy? One of the McCanns.
No.
Trying to think. No, you're thinking of one of the You're thinking of Justin Upton. You said you wait. You said. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said Atlanta.
I
Seattle.
said catchers. I was thinking of one of the McCanns.
Sorry, I thought you said. I thought you were
I'm
talking
thinking
about
Atlanta.
I'm sorry. I thought you said brothers for a sec, and then
No.
I'm like,
How about this? I think for Pittsburgh, Atlanta, Chase Darno.
that's a good one actually.
Chase Darno, really?
Travis's brother. Yeah.
I don't think anybody's gonna get that.
0.3.
That's a really good one. Oh wow. Okay.
I'm trying to think. Spitball and Gary Matthews for Braves Mariners. Upton, I said. Ken Griffey Sr. That's another one.
Yeah, Griffey Sr.
Um,
Trying to think of starting pitchers, too.
Oh, I know this one for a fact. Cameron Maben definitely played on both. I know he was a Brave. And I know he was a Mariner.
That's a good one. I'm going to keep that one in mind. I'm going to see. if I can
Cameron
think of
Maben.
anything else.
Did you guys? Is Mike Cameron maybe part of that conversation?
Was Mike Cameron a Brave, is the question.
I think he might be right. Look it up.
No, no.
No.
Damn. All right.
I got one more that I'm thinking. I'm going old school here. Not too old school, but Casey Kochman, I think, was both.
Kochman was a Brave. I don't know if he might have been a Mariner. He might have been.
I remember he was out west. I don't know if
I think he was a Brave. I think he was.
We have that. I'll look.
I think Kochman was a Brave. I mean, a
Yeah,
Mariner.
he was 2008.
All right.
What else?
We're rolling with Casey Kochman.
Casey Kochman.
0.7, a 14 rarity score.
All right, that's one of our
Holy
better ones.
my
There we go,
goodness, that's
boys.
a good one.
There we
All
go.
right, so I thought we would move on a little bit. Next, we're going to go with NFL. Super
Oh,
Bowl
you
champ
know
with the
it's
Saints, the Chargers, Packers,
But,
Seahawks.
quickly,
I think
shout out
Dolphins and
guys in
Chargers.
our
I might
chat.
have one, but I'm not confident in it.
Max, Daniel, welcome, man. Knicks Nation, I know you're in the chat. Womp bag.
Yeah, what's up, y'all?
Knicks
Shout out
Nation
to
already
everyone.
talking crap. He says, Wig, the Giants defense are coming for in between Zach's booty cheeks, no pause.
Oh, okay.
Oh wait, Jacob just said something. He's right. I forgot I did that yesterday. I said it was for Kareem Jackson, but I said they were in the market for a safety and they were looking at as much veteran help as they can get. They went with Byard.
Yeah, and
And they shipped Terrell Edmonds out of there.
it's funny that you said Kareem Jackson because I'm pretty sure
He got suspended today.
It's like
Four
Brian
game
put the
suspension
jinx
for
on
too
him.
many roughness hits.
We got the Brian Jinx.
Brian Jinx.
I was still right that they were going for a safety, though. It doesn't matter.
all
As
right.
speaking of hard hitters, Dolphins and Chargers, would Kyle Van Noy count in this category?
I think so.
I know he was a Charger. I don't know if he played for the Dolphins.
I think he did.
I did. He had a year with them.
All right, let's go with Kyle Van Noy, 12%.
Ah, that's
right.
kind of
Packers-
I mean, these are always harder to get. The odds are always different with
All right.
these.
Jimmy Graham was a Packer and a Saint. That's obvious, I think.
And
Uh-huh.
Seattle too. I think he played for Seattle.
Yeah, he did.
He did, so you could even
Maybe.
I think that one would work too, better because people
um,
remember the Packers more than Seattle.
It's more recent, too.
true. I'm trying to think. He's actually I got a former Jet on here
Who's that?
for your Packer Saints. Ty Montgomery.
That works. That's going
One
to be
year.
obvious. Yeah.
1 year with the Jets.
That's an
He
ugly
was
one.
barely used.
Okay, so for Super Bowl champion Seahawks, this is a little bit more recent. But what about Steven Hauschka?
Okay.
That's a good
Ooh,
one.
yeah. Go with the special teamers.
You know what? I'm going to give you one better. I'm just going to double check this out.
John Ryan, the punter.
I'm actually going to go with a former Jet. Just got to double check that this was real. Yeah. I'm going to go with the former Jet. Brino Giacomini.
Oh my God, the offensive lineman.
Brino
I'll give
Giacomini.
you. I'm thinking of a Packers one. If you want to go with special teams and stick to that, Mason Crosby should work.
As a Super Bowl champ, yes.
All right,
What about Big BJ Raji?
BJ Raji should work.
Hold on,
Yeah.
wait. Let me see something. One more. Just give me 1 second.
And
Super
for the Dolphins and Super Bowl champ, I'm thinking most people are going to go Larry Zonka. Go with Bob Grease.
BJ.
How about for Packers and Super Bowl champ, we do CJ Wilson?
We already
Sorry,
did
I already
BJ
put in
Raji.
BJ Raji.
Oh,
3%.
all right.
Dolphins
Thinking,
one thinking Bob Greasy, honestly.
Anybody have any objection or other suggestions?
No, I got no objection. No
That was the
objection here.
quarterback, so
24%.
listen, there was much you can go with that.
Chargers, Seahawks. I'm
Well,
thinking.
yes, it was. Oh, I shot myself in the foot. Dang it.
Okay, Plaxico.
Russell Okung,
That's what I was thinking. Good one.
and the other guy I'm thinking of is Dwight Freeney.
Russell.
That's 100% right. For the
8%.
Dolphins one, we should have went with Larry Little. That was a Hall of Fame offensive lineman.
John, you said Dwight Freeney? Where?
Oh, I was saying for Seahawks Chargers because I know
Ah.
he was a Seahawk at one point too.
I
think it was like
I'm
before he
Packers
retired.
Chargers. It might be a little obvious. Casey Hayward Jr.
I mean, if you want to go still in the obvious train, Brian Balaga.
There's also Corey Linsley, but that's obvious too.
I'm trying to think. Dolphins, Saints. Kenny Stills, I think, was a Saint.
Yes, he was, and so he was a Dolphin too.
I'm trying to think what else.
Kiko Alonso.
Yeah.
I like that one
I'm gonna see if AJ Klein was a Dolphin and a Saint.
because he looks like a fucking Marine fighter pilot.
Was Teddy Bridgewater both?
Yes.
Teddy Bridgewater was both. I remember that.
Right now, 2 contenders: Kiko Alonso and Teddy Bridgewater.
Yes, of this one from Armand.
Aaron Taylor. That's actually.
Oh boy.
So
So which one we?
I think I'm going to go on Kiko. Now I'm not against John's pick. I'm just saying it's
No, go ahead. Kiko's not a bad pick. I was trying to think of players not.
Kiko's very obvious.
3%. I mean, it's not terrible.
Yeah, I just know that was like the first thing popped in my head too.
Seahawks.
We can go with Armin's one, Aaron Taylor.
Okay.
If you want him.
For which one?
For Packers Chargers.
0.3.
Good. Whoa.
Oh shoot, we could have had something more rare.
What's
You guys
that?
want- Damn, you guys remember this name? I just want to make sure. I want to have my facts right. Okay. No, he wouldn't have worked. But the name I was thinking was because he was with the he was with the Packers practice squad. Drew Kaiser.
The punter.
So are we sticking with Jimmy Graham for Saints and Seahawks? Or can we find something more rare?
I feel like we could find something more rare.
Yeah, we gotta find
Was
something.
CJ Spiller a Seahawk?
No.
No.
Damn it.
Latavius Murray, no. Wait, Adrian Peterson.
No.
Adrian
I'm
Peterson, Seahawk and Saint.
I got to double check CJ Spiller real quick, and then
I have one.
I'm telling you, Adrian Peterson. Nobody's gonna get that. Peterson.
I have one. I don't know. It might be a little more obvious because he was a 2000s player. He was an All-Pro at one point. Kevin Williams
Yeah, I think that'd be a little
Yeah.
more obvious.
played.
I'm
So
thinking
we're
Adrian
gonna go-
Peterson works.
13%.
All right, that's not bad. That's not bad.
I think we can do basketball because it's time for basketball, and we have
And
two
there's
at Brian.
Bucks in here too. Okay.
Yes,
This one's gonna
So-
test my knowledge really bad.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
Brian's
zero.
show.
we have Nets, Bucks, All NBA, Wizards, Kings, and Grizzlies. Nets, Wizards.
Well, if you go LNBA Wizards, I mean, here's a question: how historic is the Wizards franchise? How far back does it go? Is it fairly new?
It was the Bullets. It was the Bullets back in the 70s.
Wasn't Manute Bol All NBA, or am I
The,
crazy? No, he wasn't. Nope.
the,
I'm crazy. Nope.
The first player I'm thinking of, he had like he used to be the Nets when they were bad. Their best player, Andre Blatch.
Whoa, that is a name. That is a name.
Was he with
Okay.
the Wizards?
Wizards and Nets. He was on both. Andre
Blatch. 4%.
Not bad. Not bad. I got to think about my Bucks ones for a second.
I don't know
see who I
why
can
he
remember.
popped in, but he just.
Sup, Evan?
up,
Westbrook was not All NBA with the Wizards, I'm sure. I think.
Greg Monroe 100% played for the Bucks and one of these teams. I know for a fact he did. I'm thinking Grizzlies, but I'm not sure. I think Greg Monroe played for the Grizz, but I don't know.
Might be, or was he a King at all, Monroe?
I know he was with one of these three. I can't remember where it was. I'm gonna have to look it up. I know Monroe.
I have a hold on, wait. Let me see. No, that wouldn't work. Maybe.
I think Greg Monroe played for them. I'm gonna just double check. Last team he was with was the Timberwolves, but he played for. Nope.
Now I have a question for the.
Yes, it does
All-NBA.
work. It does work for one of them. I was right.
Which one? The
Wizards.
Okay. I have a question for the All NBA. Does it have to be first team or it could be second or third?
I guess it could be any, and it's never specified.
Okay, so it's not specified. I'm trying to think of guys. Okay. I'm trying to think of the.
Kings.
Okay, Elvin Hayes.
Okay.
Wes Unseld.
You could do. There's also Antoine Jameson, I think. Maybe.
Yeah.
Kings, George Hill. Kings and Bucks. I think George Hill played for both.
That's a good one. I'll take that.
I think
down.
he got traded there. I'm pretty sure.
6%.
Yep.
Okay, that works. I'm trying to think of other guys. Gilbert Arenas is one.
Yeah, you had to, but I think Elvin Hayes is like the least obvious.
Okay, I'm trying to think. No, he didn't. Moses Malone did as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. With the with the Grizzlies, I gotta think. Can you count Allen Iverson, or does it have to be with when he was with that team?
With the team.
I think it has to be.
Oh, then it wouldn't work. I
Yeah.
would have said AI if it didn't have to be with the team.
Max says Wes Unseld.
Yeah, John mentioned that one.
That's
a good one. That's a historic pick.
Do we do Unseld or Elvin Hayes?
I feel like Elvin Hayes is more rare. I think, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but
Let's go with Elvin. We'll see.
4%.
all
Okay.
right, there we go. I'll take it.
Kings or NBA. Kings are a very old franchise, so you got to really think this one through with the names.
Kings and Nets. I'm sure there's probably a decent amount of players who play for both teams.
Because usually most people just be like De'Aaron Fox, but he was never All NBA.
No, I don't think he was.
I'm looking into a name right now. Let's make sure I'm right.
There's Chris Webber. Chris Webber's one of them.
Definitely is one of them.
I got for Grizzlies Nets. I don't know how obvious to be because he is known, but I don't know if people remember him on the Grizzlies. But Vince Carter, that's one.
Okay. That's a suggestion. I'll keep that in mind.
But wasn't he supposed to? Oh wait, which one was it? You said
Grizzlies Nets. Grizzlies Nets.
Wouldn't it work for Kings Nets too? He was on the Kings.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Two more. We got
Jerry Lucas. That's yeah. It was Jerry for sure.
Jerry Lucas is a good one for the Kings.
yeah.
So are we gonna do Vince Carter Grizzlies Nets or Kings Nets?
I'm trying to hold. Let me think if I
was
can.
at the end of his career.
Oh, I think I got one for a better one for Grizzlies Nets. Dante Cunningham. I'm thinking of all the when they were bad.
Wow. Okay.
Dante Cunningham.
That's a name. That's a
Point
name.
2.
Woo!
There's another Grizzly Buck I'm thinking of. I don't know if it's 100% right, so I wouldn't put it in unless I get a verification on it. How about Jason Terry? Was Jason Terry?
Yes.
I know he was a Buck for sure.
I think so. I think Terry. I mean, I remember when Terry played for the Bucks.
Terry was around for a bit, so I mean, he bounced around a little bit towards the end. I remember him on the Bucks clear as day, and he finished out with us. I don't remember if he was with the Grizzlies at any point after he left Dallas. I don't remember.
Nope, no Grizzlies.
Gonna bother me. I got to look up Jason Terry to learn what I know.
Grizzlies All NBA. Obviously, I think the obvious one is Marc Gasol, but did Tony Allen ever do it?
Maybe defensive All NBA.
That doesn't count though, right?
That it might not. It's all defensive first and second team. So
I'm trying to think of guys like I don't know if like a Mike Conley or a Zach Randolph ever made it, but like
let me see if Sharif Abdur-Rahim ever made it.
That's a good name.
No, never an All NBA player.
Wow.
Or like even Rudy Gay. I don't know. I'm just trying to think because the Grizzlies it's harder because they are not as long as the other teams, like year wise.
No, Steven Adams didn't have an All NBA.
No.
Zach
No.
Randolph does work though. I think that
All
would.
right. He does have an
Except
All
it is
NBA.
in the chat.
What's up, Iz?
Hayes, how are you poisoning yourself with Olive Garden?
All right, Randolph, 18%.
Hmm,
All right.
not bad.
We have Grizzlies, Bucks. We have All NBA Kings and Nets Kings.
All right. See if I can think of any other bad Nets players.
Oh my gosh, an icon! Oh my god, the icon just popped in my head.
Throw
Oh,
it out
thank
there.
God, it popped in now.
Throw
OJ
it out
Mayo,
RJ Mayo.
OJ,
Grizzlies and Bucks. OJ Mayo.
OJ Mayo.
what a beast.
It had to be OJ Mayo because the
10%.
only other option. Oh, 10%. Dang it. Otherwise, I would have said Grayson Allen, but that's too obvious. Or like Javon Carter, more recent guys.
Kings, Nets.
Trying to think here.
So mad I didn't get that.
I know
I'm
we said
so
Vince
mad.
Carter, but I want to think of somebody else or at least try to.
No, of course.
Let me see if this guy played for the Kings. If you guys would laugh your asses off. If this
I
played
have
for-
one guy in mind. Marcus Thornton. I'm thinking of all the. Did he do it?
Hold on. I got this one. Quincy Acey.
Oh,
That's a good one. That's a really good one.
he's the one that got in a fight on Christmas Day with John Wall, right?
Yep, with the Knicks. 3%.
I have a question
Quincy
real
Acey.
quick. I got a question. Something might have just bothered me a bit too. There
Mhm.
probably was a legend guess I could have had for Grizzlies Bucks, and it bothered me as well. Didn't both Gasol brothers play for Memphis?
They did. You're correct on that.
So
Yes.
Paul Gasol would have worked because he played for Milwaukee.
Yeah, the thing is, everybody. Milwaukee?
He played for Milwaukee 1 year, 2019.
I forgot
he's
about
right.
that.
He's right.
I forgot
I
about
think that was his last season. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I'm pretty sure that was his last season before he ended up
He was
retiring.
with Milwaukee.
Max
Um,
says Oscar. I think that's the most obvious. Mitch Richmond did. I know that.
Richmond's a good guess.
Another one is trying to think.
I know I
Nate-
mentioned Chris Webber earlier. That's obvious.
Trying to think who else.
DeMarcus Cousins.
Beast. I mean, I feel like that's also obvious.
Yeah.
You said Chris Webber. Peja Stojakovic had to have made.
He
Yeah,
was
no,
an
did he?
All-Star twice, but was he good enough to make the All NBA?
Maybe not. Maybe I'm.
The answer is All NBA second team, 2004.
Yeah, two more guesses from the chat. Bob Davies and
Jerry Lucas is a very good guess too.
Now, do we go Stojakovic or Lucas?
That's a good question.
I mean, Lucas is more of a well-known legend, but I guess Kings is a less obvious answer. But Stojakovic is a less-known player.
I'll go with whatever on this one. I feel like both would be a good option.
Let's see what Jerry Lucas has in store.
We'll respect the legend.
0.9,
Oh, okay.
It's actually a good rarity score considering that somewhere
49.
around-
And well, final stuff. We have Brian's
Brian-
team again with the Panthers.
Brian's turn to help me.
Bruins, Blackhawks, Panthers, Sharks, Hurricanes.
Well, I
and
got
300
Florida's one easy for you in San Jose. I think you know where I'm going with this.
Who are you saying? Are you saying?
Jumbo Joe.
I feel like that's the obvious one.
It is the obvious one, yeah. Jumbo
Um,
Joe would be the pick for me. And then with Carolina, Trocheck.
Yeah, that would work. I got. I'm trying to think of '90s players too.
I mean, if we're going with wins as well,
Bru-
I mean, for
Bruins
Florida, it's
Sharks.
easy.
Kyle McLaren.
For who?
Bruins Sharks. He was a
Okay.
'90s player. Kyle McLaren.
Bruins, Sharks. There you go, Kyle McLaren.
McLaren.
Percent.
All right. I got to think of goalies. Holy shit. All right. These are always tough.
Florida,
because-
go with Luongo.
What happened?
Luongo for Florida.
I feel that's the obvious, but I'm trying to think if there's
There's
anyone
no
else.
other goalies that played for Florida that are going to hit 300. I'm telling you.
There had to be someone. Hold it, Brian.
I'm telling you, with Florida, it's
There
Luongo.
always
There's
has to
no
be
chance
some
LeBron can hit
answer.
up
There always
300.
has to be some answer. Otherwise, they wouldn't do these games.
Well, there are some times where they like to mess with these games. For example, my friend was doing these the other day with the Bruins and Sharks, and he couldn't get the answer, and he was struggling. So I looked it up for him just to see if I can get it. Didn't tell him the answer. but they only gave me like 8 options, and I was like, wow. So you really need to know this. It's rough, man.
Don't forget
Armand
we
says for San Jose and Florida to use Scott Gomez.
That's actually not a bad one. Scott Gomez.
the former Devil.
Former Ranger, too.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're gonna roll with Scott Gomez for Florida and San Jose.
Yeah, we can do that. That's a good one.
Yeah,
Scott
I'd
Gomez.
say so.
0.8.
Very good one then. Wow.
Also, Armin says Ed Belfour.
Belfour works.
But he said for Florida, and that was
Yeah,
okay.
you see, if you think outside the box, told you, not just.
I guess
Okay.
this is for solely Florida.
For the goalie for the wins.
Yeah. 2%.
Yep, there you go. He got it. All right. 300 plus wins. We got to think about this for the Bruins and Blackhawks, 2 historic franchises. There's a lot of options.
I'm trying to think. Huh.
Do we know any legends who played for both?
Well, I mean, the obvious one is Tuukka Rask, but that's like freaking obvious as hell.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of like goalies that like finished their careers there, like went there obscurely for like a year or half a season. That's what I'm thinking. Like if I wanted to be obvious, I go to Blackhawks and say, I'd say Marc-Andre Fleury.
That actually works. Yeah, no, I mean, it might be a little obvious, but that actually does work because he had to stop there before he got picked by Vegas.
Yep, he did. He stopped in Blackhawks.
Mm-hmm. I got one for the Bruins. Andy Moog. He played for them. I think he had over 300. MOO. Yeah.
15.
Wow, that's a name. Oh, but that's 15%.
I know it's these goalies are friggin' hard.
I just want to answer. Max. It's actually our next topic. This is our final immaculate grid.
All right. So I'm trying to think.
I'm still collecting all this information, by the way, as we're doing this for this baseball league thing. I'm telling you, my mind was blown.
So was mine.
You looked through it. You saw the draft people.
I didn't see the draft picks, but I saw the headlines.
Glenn Hall is someone that's being guessed by Armand.
Glenn Hall, that's a good one too. Yeah, we can. Put that in there because the goalies are friggin' annoying to think of. So I'll go with Armand on this one. I'll give him his credit.
6%.
Okay. Trying to think. Blackhawks, Hurricanes. I don't want to think of a legend. Let me think. You know what? Sergei Samsonov was both.
4.
Ooh.
He was on the cup winning team for Carolina in like 06, was it? Or 07? One of those years.
I think it's an I, yeah.
Yeah, Sergei Samsonov. Yep.
0.8.
Good one.
Hey.
Boston and Carolina is going to be a little tough. Yes, Ryan Donato. That's a really good one. A lot of people forget about him. His father was a legend, I think, on the Bruins, too.
Trying to think who else.
That'll work.
You got Panthers left there. I'm trying to think. Who else was on Brian's team?
I told you, my obvious pick is Trocheck.
I got about
Wait, one of the Stalls played for them?
Eric Stahl, but he was their captain.
Too obvious then.
Was UC Jokinen ever a Panther? I think he might have been.
I do remember Jokinen, yeah.
I don't remember if it was
Jokinen.
UC or
I think we drafted him. You said Jokinen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure he was with the Panthers. Olli Jokinen?
No, I'm thinking that's the other one then.
Oh yeah. Olli was one of our old captains. You said UC Jokinen.
That's who I'm thinking of. I think he did it. That's another one. Gary Roberts back.
Nope. UC did. He played for Tampa and Florida.
Tampa's not one of the teams.
I know. I'm just bringing up Tampa because I saw Tampa first. I was like, oh, it's still a Florida team. But then I saw Florida. I was like, oh, so technically that work.
We'll
What about Carolina?
Carolina and Florida. He did play for. I just looked up. He did play for Carolina and Florida.
Okay, so I was right on that. So
UC Jokinen.
UC Oakland will work.
Spelled with a J, by the way.
3%.
And then Bruins, Hurricanes. I'm trying to think.
I'm letting you say this one. I can't think of one right now.
All right. Let me think. Who played for both? Guy I'm thinking. Oh,
Sir Armin is a lifeline here.
Aaron. I got one. That's actually a good one. John Michael Lyles.
John Michael Lyles. Okay.
It might be just a single.
I think it's without the, or it might be hyphenated. It's like fucking annoying.
I'll look it up on Google.
I would say go with Lyles, even Lyles, and just see what comes out.
Yeah, you might want to go with that.
Hold
I
on.
think it's Liles. I think.
His name is so weird. What is going on?
Let me just put the last name in.
Hold on. Give me one second. John. It's the damn hyphen. There we go. 2%. 36.
All right, not bad. Not a bad one.
36, not bad at all.
Not bad.
Not bad, gentlemen.
We did better in basketball on that one. Holy shit.
Yes, we did. I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm so happy. So happy.
We're glad you're happy, Brian.
You know, I gotta say this, Brian. We actually did a Terrier TV segment today. Alex was out, obviously, so I was hosting. We did like overrated teams, underrated teams. I think one of our guys, Denzel, I almost called him Devontae. Denzel said my overrated team for the Eastern Conference is the Bucks.
I can get why. I mean, you're seeing so much arguments about like, oh my gosh, they're so good. I mean, and you're just immediately you're thinking they're always the teams that are so good, so good. Like again, my hopes. I'm not getting my hopes up. It's a team that goes to the ECF, and that's my expectations. They're going to the ECF.
All right.
Well,
Well,
don't make it to the ECF. It's a failure.
well.
But here's the thing.
Hold on, because I think Alex wanted to do the Giants game first because he is under the weather. So give him that. This infected
Okay, I go
human.
off on a tangent. Yep.
Infected human right here.
Let me just grab some water real quick.
Should I change my username to Infected Human?
Sure. I also did want to say yesterday's
better.
yesterday's betting advice not good. My first stinker of the year, I'd say.
How about that touchdown parlay that cash though?
Which one was that?
Right.
The Goddard, Kelsey, and oh my gosh, there's one of the tight end missing here. Who am I missing? There's a tight end. Goddard, Kelsey.
Hawkinson?
No, not Hawkinson. It was another tight end. Nobody expected him to score, and he ended up scoring. Oh, I said it. It was like plus 1,800
We'll
odds.
have to go. We can go back and look at it tomorrow.
Well,
Who
yeah,
you
we
said it has to be somewhere in yesterday's stream. But
For sure.
stinker yesterday from me, and I take full responsibility on that one. Although for the most part, I have been good. I have been very good actually. But
One's been solid with his betting.
yeah, no. Unfortunately, yesterday was a pooper, and fantasy advice was okay, but nevertheless, those G-men, Alex, picking up the win against Commanders. First thoughts.
Feel better because I could see your face glowing because of the win. Sure, there's pitching a beauty so far, and I could view it on my 82-mile TV. We could put this splendid with the YouTube TV multi-view. Why is bald Joe Burrow on the screen?
I got a haircut.
I forget his reasoning for that, so I'm going to be honest. But I'm going to open up the show.
I was going to make one remark real quick
Go
before Alex.
ahead.
And that is to John. You know, John, obviously you put out the betting advice. I checked it out. It was the Lions money line, and that didn't work out so well. Nor did the Chargers spread. I don't blame you at all.
Nor did Michael Mayer.
But at
Oh,
least
my underhit.
I'll tell you this with Underdog. Underdog allows you to ensure on obviously you have to make a minimum of 3 picks. Underdog allows you to ensure you either win money or you keep the money, essentially. So that's what I did yesterday because I picked Josh Allen over on passing yards, 252.5. Michael Mayer did not hit, but Rashad White had under, I think it was like 52 rushing yards, and I essentially kept the money that I spent on it.
Okay, not bad. Just a bad day. It happens.
Yeah,
people.
it happens.
It happens.
It happens.
It
Yeah,
happens.
so for Luca, this is from Mr. Sunil.
I saw that.
But I'll open up the show with this. So I'll say this, right?
Alex is not for the tech.
This was kind of from the beginning, despite people's lies. Well, obviously, it's great to have a win. I'd rather have it when I'm a little bit more cheerful. But anyway, I will say we continue to be an underdog, and I will say we, even though this was my report, right? So John doesn't know this. Maybe he checked it out on Twitter. Brian doesn't know this. Maybe he checked it out on Twitter. I know definitely Luca knows this. So the Giants signed Jay-Sean Corbin to the active roster, right? Who was the one that broke that news? Yes, exactly. I was the one that broke that news. Now, of course, why do I say that this channel and really, well, me at the forefront, obviously my guys backing us up because I don't want to take credit away from them. Why do I say that we're underdogs here? Because the beat took it and then they ran with it and then everybody believed them. So it just shows you nowadays, folks, that when you're a small channel and you're working your way up through the grapevine, people are not going to give you credit for certain shit. You just got to keep grinding. And I know Brian probably feels that way.
Yep.
But just folks, I have the proof. I have the proof. Go on Twitter, check out Pat Leonard's tweet, check out the time it was, and check out my time that I tweeted out. Because the source literally texted me and said, hey, Jay-Sean Corbin, he's back with the Giants. He's on the active roster. I'm like, okay. All right, thank you. So, yeah, I got sauces.
Sauces.
Underdog or Captain Underpants? Well,
Captain Underpants.
You know, I never really read Captain Underpants as a kid, though I always saw it at the book fair, and it's like, you know, it's kind of like one of those things. But the New York Giants, they won 14-7 to the Washington Commanders, and it was really the tale of two halves. And I kind of knew it was going to be in certain aspects. Let me start off by saying, no, I'm not rooting for the tank. So, you know, that kind of it's been established. The defense, man. I mean, that's pretty much the tale of this game. Sam Howell was under constant pressure. Constant. You guys want to guess how many pressures that the Giants defense had?
Was it all right? I usually over. All right.
You
usually over guess.
15.
Luca?
20.
Brian?
I know for a fact that the Giants got like 6 sacks yesterday. That I know.
That's correct. How many pressures did they get?
I'm going to guess like 10.
Let's see. Luca was the closest. The Giants got 28 pressures on defense yesterday.
Of course, I underguessed.
The Giants got 28.
Somebody's break. Ooh, they're going to break the record, man. They're going to do it.
Who's going to break the record?
Howell's going to break the record, man.
For being sacked how many times in a season, I think.
The David Carr record.
40.
He's at 40, and I think like Carr was like at 43. It's up to Scrub Zero, infected human. Yeah, I put that. John was saying that because I'm a little under the weather. But I decided to take it and run with it.
Update, by the way, Garcia just homered for the Rangers. Is now 4-1 Texas.
That's what we're looking for. That's what we need, baby.
I know
Show
John
me that
hates
muscle,
it because
Garcia.
he doesn't want to see Scherzer succeed.
I really don't.
The
That's not a
one
reason.
time he really doesn't want Scherzer to succeed, he finally does something good with Texas the first time in his entire tenure with them. First good outing he's had.
Come on, Houston.
I've never seen somebody. It's crazy. You're the only one rooting for Houston. All three of us are definitely rooting for Texas.
I think the chat's probably rooting for Texas as well.
I don't.
So
John, you're alone on this, bud.
yeah.
I know that.
Yeah. Come on, there you go.
Thank you,
76 times this season. He's at like 42 right now. He's 30 away, and we've worked through 7 games.
Yeah.
So Jacob says that it was either
Andrews.
Andrews.
Thank you. It's
That,
Andrews.
no, he's talking about that the 3-legged.
Yeah,
front.
Is it because let me just say this for
and
that,
Kelsey touchdowns.
let me just say this for the Howell thing? Is it because his pocket presence is that bad? And believe me, I was
No,
there.
their offense.
His pocket presence bad.
Everything is with. Well, I mean, Armin, you're a Mets fan, so this kind of doesn't surprise anybody.
He's a Mets fan?
Crazy.
Yeah. Armin's on my side.
That's a little okay.
Says the one who has the Scherzer jersey.
Yeah, Brian, you never.
You thought I forgot.
You're never getting bailed out with that one. You put yourself in the
he thinks I forgot.
Doesn't matter if it was for the joke or not. I'll never live it down.
No. Over under on Abreu Garcia 2.0 tonight after that pimp shot. Okay.
Definitely over.
It's combination.
Definitely over, whatever it was.
Yeah, he has first of all, he didn't know you were a Met fan. Second of all, he didn't know that. Well,
I really did not know you were a Met fan. I'm so
yeah, and
sorry.
also the Scherzer thing.
Yeah,
Armin's
yeah,
ridiculous,
I
man.
just say yeah.
But anyway, I mean, you got to talk about the defense, man. Now they have an expectation the next few weeks with a softer schedule for the New York Giants. Wink blitzed 25 times, creating 5 sacks and an interception. Micah McFadden had the highest PFF grade, so if you go off PFF, you can go with that. Dexter Lawrence had 8 pressures, and I said going into the game, I said I need to see a sack out of Dexter Lawrence because he hasn't put up a sack yet. Well, it turns out he did a little bit more than that. Dexter Lawrence had 2 sacks and 4 quarterback hits. Jason Pinnock had a sack. Kayvon Thibodeau had 1.5, which is a team-leading 5.5, which is tied for 5th in the league. Micah McFadden had half a sack, and also Leonard Williams. He got in as well. And, I mean, he was not afraid. Like, I will say, maybe Wink could get criticized by some people, and I really haven't been on his back. But Wink was not afraid of Terry McLaurin. And mind you, I said coming into this game when we were doing our show on Sunday that Adoree Jackson was not going to play. And that kind of makes me shift over a little bit to a guy in Deonte Banks. Now, the fourth quarter was a little bit rough. But, I mean, the first 3 quarters, he had him on ultimate lockdown. He had Terry McLaurin on ultimate lockdown. And I don't have the stats, unfortunately. The guy I usually rely off of, I guess, doesn't have it at this moment. But, I mean, you feel if you're a Giants fan, you feel pretty confident going into next season that maybe you get another corner, but he doesn't have to be a number 1. That Deonte Banks can start covering these guys. And if you trade Adoree Jackson away, then it's not going to be as big of a thing because, again, this game's a sample size. He goes up against one of the best in Terry McLaurin. I get it. Sam Howell's not a good quarterback, but it gives you the confidence that this first-round pick is working out. And again, just to reiterate the point, the defense in terms of the front 4, the front 5, but this whole defense, I guess, has kind of found its way and found its rhythm once Bobby Okereke and Micah McFadden started playing really well. I know I criticized the defense in the Miami game, but he was responsible for, I think, all of the turnovers except one. Micah McFadden, he played pretty darn well. And, you don't really expect much things from a guy who's drafted in the 5th round out of Indiana last year. And, a lot of people were coming into camp saying Darian Beavers, he's going to be the guy next to Okereke. And Micah McFadden's proved a lot of people wrong. He's not at, oh my God, he's a monster linebacker. He's a little small compared to what some people think. But him and Okereke have just really done a great job, and they've defended the run really well over the last 2 weeks. I know James Cook had 5.1 yards per carry. Honestly, if I'm Washington, I would probably rethink what they did, and they passed it a lot. I didn't think they ran the ball a lot because if they tried to stick with it, in my honest opinion, they probably would have gotten more yards.
Can I also say this for the record regarding Washington's play calling in their offense? Their play calls on 3rd and 4th and shorts were questionable as hell.
Right. No, I agree. Thank you, Armor, for the update. They weren't able to run on us. They couldn't. I was talking to Tainer earlier, and he made a great point that Banks is a perfect scheme fit while Adoree doesn't really fit the system. I would have to see on that, to be honest with you. Our linebackers are studs. The defense played better when Adoree wasn't playing. Lockdown while 2 Banks is a stud. Yep. By the BTB, Bratic Bryan fly to Houston and relief for Hootstown to guarantee their trip to the World Series. Well, he's a jinx, so he might be able to do that, I guess. I'm a Met, Jet, and Penguins fan, so it tells you where he. Yep, Tay Banks. That's where that goes. But as I said, he really did a nice job in coverage. Nick McLeod also played really well. He had 2 pass breakups. So I think the defense, and I complained about Xavier McKinney's comments, and I know, I'm sorry, guys, we're not doing a paper bag this week, okay? We're not going to
do. You can't beat a paper bag.
I'm just saying we're not because we won. We're not doing.
Well, there's 2 things. There's 2 things. Let me just say for the record, me and Alex have a bet for this week's Giant Jet game, and not to mention that I think Alex ought to wear a paper bag if the Jets end up winning.
Well, I mean, yeah. But, I mean, this defense over the last few weeks has found its footing. I think they've kind of created a standard. And I get it, the Sam Howell offense isn't terrible, but it's not like, oh, my God, they were 31st in the league. They were I think like 16th in passing offense, excuse me. So that's like, that's middle of the pack. And you would expect, Terry McLaurin to go off or Logan Thomas to go off or Jahan Dotson to go off. I mean, at the end of the day, McLaurin had 90 yards, but it didn't feel like a 90 yards. It just felt like maybe 2 explosive plays in that. So this defense has built up a lot of standard for the Giant fans. I expect them next week to beat the shit out of Zach Wilson, and that's not even just because we have Jet fans on the panel. You got the Raiders after that, which they're not no dynamic offense. You either have the Commanders again or you have Dallas, but if you play like you have been, maybe Dallas kind of sinks down to the competition. I don't know personally, but that's going to be a tough game either way. Commanders again, then you come home. Actually, there might be a third road game there, but you also come home against the Patriots, and they're not a prolific offense either. So let's keep talking about how the defense is good, and if they lose the game, let's just say, okay, the offense is bad. We could focus it towards the offense because, again, I don't want there to be a split in the locker room. And McKinney just looked up. He had a pick on McLaurin. Well, I thought I don't know if you're referencing what I'm referencing, Max, but I thought that penalty that McKinney had was pretty much bullshit because he's trying to stop himself as he's leaning in to he's trying to stop himself from getting direct contact and a targeting call when he's coming in on McLaurin. So I thought that was a bullshit call. Vikings lead 10-0. What the hell is going on?
Damn. Called Jake Moody's trending on Twitter. That's why.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Giants versus Jets going to be decided by who scores more than 10 points. How about a field goal competition?
Listen, the truth is we're going to see what the Jets can do, what the Jets did over the bye week. Were they sleeping or were they actually preparing?
I still find it weird as though, and this is like a Jets thing, and maybe we'll touch on it, that Sauce Gardner and DJ Reed are still in concussion protocol.
We'll see on Wednesday because that's probably when they actually practice and get the reports. So I looked at it questionably, but I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to freak out about this. I'll freak out about this on Wednesday if they're still in concussion protocol.
What's up, Jeffrey? We should have won that game 24-0. Kayvon dropped the pick six. Saquon got the ball snatched. Yeah, I mean, Luka was at the game. Anyone who watched the game, if you look at the score, it was nothing like the actual feeling of the game. You had a feeling that the Giants were beating the living hell out of the Washington Commanders. Like, I've had Washington fans say that to me. I've had other people say that to me. It felt like a beat.
You're absolutely right. And you talk about the strong part of with your defense. Obviously, you mentioned some of the bigger plays. How about Leonard Williams having a really good game? I know you mentioned him earlier. He had the not only a sack, he might have had another tackle for a loss, but he also had that blocked field goal in the fourth quarter, which really helped. And finally, the special teams making a play, because I know that might have been probably the worst part of the team yesterday, in my opinion, which he's rolling his eyes because he knows it's so true, which we'll get into in a sec. But you mentioned that Williams, really nice game. Probably, I think that was his best game of the season, in my opinion. But you mentioned Williams. You mentioned Dexter Lawrence having 2 sacks. I know you kind of called him out, but I feel like Wink was just too much for Eric Bieniemy in this game. Really, it was like a chess match that Wink just dominated the whole way. I mean, Sam Howell looked uncomfortable as hell. And they really just couldn't get anything going. And I think Thibodeau had 1.5 sacks yesterday. So, again, good to see him make a play. And then the Banks interception was really good just because, we kind of lurked him and he kind of baited him, Howell, into throwing that. So
since college.
Mm-hmm.
He's been doing that since college. But it was a comment I wanted to reference. The G Ladies I got that one. Yep, I did see that, Jeffrey. There was a point I was going to get on. Your offense doesn't scare me, especially with the way our defense. Like, I'm going to be honest, and I'm an offensive guy, but when I was watching the Giants game yesterday, I'm like, you know what? I'm more excited. Get the defense on the field. I want to see the defense play.
It was to be fair, Alex. I said this. I put that in my notes. I'm like, the Giants were a first half team yesterday, technically, with the offense, because no doubt. And the big keys were, in my opinion, the Giants. Their success came on short passes and quick plays and play action. where they got the ball to Wall. They got the ball to Jalen Hyatt on those big chunk plays. Like, I'm going to give you a stat here if Alex hasn't stated already. The stat is the 5 receivers with their longest reception being more than 20-plus yards. Jalen Hyatt, 42. Darren Waller, 27. Wandale, 22 yards, but only 2 targets and 1 reception, which kind of leaves a little to be desired, in my opinion. This is me as an outsider fan looking at it. Darius Slayton, only 1 reception on 22 yards. Saquon Barkley, 32 yards on that touchdown. So it was a big chunk play, or big chunk plays set.
My favorite thing about this game is they shut up Commanders fans. They kept making fun of us and said they sweep us. You know what's funny? It's the tale of 2 like different situations. And yes, Jeffrey will be streaming the next Celtics game on Wednesday. It's a tale of 2 different situations. I went in my guy on the Warpath. His name is Corey Sanchez. You guys check him out. I had him on the preview. I went into his chat. He's like, good game, all this other stuff, right? And then someone commented on my game day post and is like, the Giants are going to win this game. DJ's not playing. When I'm like, okay, he's a Washington clown. Fuck him. So we win the game. And I start pressing up on him. I'm like, you know what? You said this. And there was another Washington fan. He's like, congratulations, Giants fans, on the win. We're both going nowhere. Like, you're being petty. Like that. How petty can you be? And he's like, and he said to me, oh, you guys are acting like the Giants are 5-2. I said, thank you. Congratulations. I know we're not going anywhere.
I'll be completely honest. There were fans on the train on the train back to Secaucus chanting 2 and 5.
A win is a win is a win. The Giants are the only team in the NFL where the other team punting puts them in a tough spot where they can't.
It's amazing.
Oh my God. The Astros have cut the lead, by the way.
Good. I know I saw it earlier, but come on, everyone, chant asshole at Scherzer.
There's a video on Twitter showing Kevin O'Connell to tell TJ Hawkinson to fake an injury, I guess. Wandale's good. He just wasn't. He's good. I mean, he's good in a pinch in certain things. Sneaky good season. He's second in tight end yards.
Honestly, he's better off with Tyrod Taylor as his quarterback than Daniel Jones, because that's where Waller was best, in my opinion, downfield.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely get to offense and stuff like that. I'll touch on special teams a little bit. So, the true story, right? I went to get my tea. So Washington was about to punt. I was about to get my tea. I'm like, you know what? I got to go to the kitchen and get my tea. And the thought crosses my mind, the Giants are going to fumble this punt. I come back in the room. I see a red 1st and 10. I'm like, it's not the first time I've called it either. And Shep fumbled the punt. And this is where this is where I blame Kafka. Actually, no, excuse me, Brian Dable and Joe Shane is. We've been talking about how bad special teams is for literally so long. And sometimes it's not even just them. It's also like the pass regimes and whatnot. But how many times have I said on this show, and I've said on my Big Blue in the Bronx podcast, that Eric Gray should not fucking be back there? All you're doing is trying to justify the fact that you picked him in the 5th round. That's it. I mean, how much the fair catch? I think he's got 3 fumbles on the season. Not all of them lost. 3 fumbles on the season. So then they put Shep out there and he fumbles. And Shep is like, dude's rusty because he's not getting offensive snaps, and good because like that's what you should have. You never should get to the back of that depth chart. It's Hyatt, it's Wandale Robinson, it's Darren Waller. It's those guys getting the offensive snaps. And he's just rusty. He fumbles that to where it literally changed the game. It literally changed the game. Washington momentum was all on that side. Alvarez triple, okay. Paris Campbell should be returning months. Now we signed a random punt. So
Olszewski sucks, I heard.
I've heard that, contrary to my regular tweet that I had once that came out, Olszewski apparently is no good, which sucks. And also Ja'Shawn Corbin we signed. I'm the source on that one, by the way. Don't let the beat reporters tell you different. Anyway, I mean, for weeks and weeks and weeks we've been talking about it. Then they brought in Olszewski. Hopefully he's better, but again, he muffed a couple of punts in Pittsburgh, and that's why he was cut. So there's that. And, you know, I'm not here to, like, criticize or beat the shit out of people and whatnot. Lawrence Tynes on Twitter, he's been really weird in terms of, like, homerism and stuff like that as of late. And what did he say? I could pull up the tweet. He's like, oh, shout out to the Giants special teams for a critically blocked field goal. Okay, that's Leonard Williams. Remember, T-Mac didn't cut Jamison Crowder and do all that other stuff. That's on Joe Shane. So there's two reasons, there's two outlets you could take to this. Number one, if I'm not mistaken, Thomas McGahee was an assistant when the Giants won in 2007. So let's see.
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, was an assistant special teams coordinator. So there's number one. That's kind of probably why Tynes is homering a little bit. And I reply this. Yeah, give people their credits, but special teams has sucked since before Shane. That's on T-Mac. I mean, some of these returns and all this other stuff, like constantly putting him back there. So, I mean, that's Jacob did literally text me. The Giants, the way the G ladies are going, it should be Paris Hilton returning punts. I mean, we should have kept Jamison Crowder. We should have kept Jamison Crowder. He's the Giants Hardman never utilized. I mean, I was actually the tale of two signings because you had Hardman and Paris Campbell part of the same draft class and part of the same, like basically on the same sort of contract. But no, they need to get that stuff fixed up because special teams is so underrated where it can literally define how a game is played. So before I dig into the offense, do we have any thoughts from the other folks?
Well, I mean, it can't be so horrific where, I mean, you talk about Gunnar, not Olszewski might not be the answer, but he was good at one point back when he was with New England. But, I mean, you talk about Eric Gray, the justification with him because, I mean, it's been a disaster. Let's face it. We were I think Alex might have even brought it up in preseason, if I'm not mistaken. But that's been a nightmare. And then you had the Shepherd where he flat out, that ball just like, I don't know, it hit him. I mean, he should have caught it regardless, but
should have put his up. You know what's funny, John? I don't know if you caught this part. Luca probably did because he was there. When Darius Slayton, who never caught an NFL punt in his life.
Yeah, no, they cheered.
They sarcastically cheered.
They sarcastically cheered. Yep, I know. I watched. I was out yesterday for a little, so I taped the game and watched the highlights. But it was the funniest thing. It was like one of the louder cheers, even though you guys won the game. It was one of the louder cheers because he actually caught it. So the Giants fans know that special teams has been a disaster.
No, it's been straight up awful. We're gonna move quickly to the offense. And I think it was a tale of two halves for them. First of all, Luca did bring up the 20-yard thing. It was 5 plays of 20-plus yards in the first half. The last time the Giants did that, can we guess?
2015.
John?
What was the thing again? What did you
5 plays of 20-plus yards in the first half.
I'll say, you know what? 2011.
Okay, that's a little bit. It's an interesting one. Brian,
I'm thinking 2015.
Okay, the correct answer is 2019. So it hasn't been that long.
Okay,
Max was the closest.
Oh, we don't know. We don't know how bad they've been. So
yeah. Should the Giants go after one of the edges in free agency? Honestly, I don't know because it's going to take a while to get another edge if you're like in development, if you're drafting. But like I've seen that a lot. So, NBA season about to kick off. Get ready for Mavs fans. Hey, Kyrie takes coming from me, guys. Fair warning.
Fire him away.
Yeah.
Dwayne's the best player on your team.
Hold on. I'm going to interrupt myself for a minute. Didn't Brian have a Kyrie take last year?
Yeah, and I pissed off Sunil pretty bad.
What take was that? Remind me.
It is probably one of my worst takes I've done for NBA.
Yeah, and I argued with you about it.
You remember the stories, right?
Yeah.
Ramirez have a history of bad takes with the Mavericks. Really bad.
Yeah,
takes.
yes, he does.
I have a bad history. And I said that with Kyrie, this was a team that could sneak into the playoffs and do some damage. And they didn't do that.
Yeah, I think they were worse with Kyrie, actually.
Oh, and we got into a fight because when they re-signed him, he hated the fact that they re-signed him. And I said, he makes your team better. You got to see what it looks like in the full years, in a full season.
Happy we didn't overpay quickly. He was crap in the playoffs.
On the contrary.
Oh.
We should. I could tell Luca's gonna have an opposing opinion on that one. We should. I want Chase. He'll be lower end of the market. Has a chance to hit from weak system. Bad take, Brian. Get your head out of your ass, thinking asshole. Luka Doncic, not Kyrie freaking Irving, is our best.
I was joking. I was joking,
He has some strong hates for Kyrie Irving,
dude.
but I will say this. So let's go back to the offense a little bit. So the Giants offense, they had,
Oh, man.
I think it was 279 passing yards. That's about 70-ish more than Tyrod, that's his real name, Tyrod Taylor, had on against the Buffalo Bills. And the Giants had 356 total yards, which, is an improvement over some of the shit we've seen. 5 explosive plays. One thing I like about Tyrod Taylor and all this different stuff is Tyrod Taylor's taking risks and he's adjusting at the line. And, he may not see a guy who's like generally wide open, but he has trust in his certain receivers that they're going to get open. And I think one of the biggest ones is when Jalen Hyatt, the first catch he made down the right sideline to about a little bit past the 50-yard line, that was like they moved the safety in and not shaded over to Hyatt's side. So he's like, you know what? I have faith in Jalen Hyatt that he's going to run a double move and he's going to make the catch past the 50-yard line. And he generally did a good job of placing the ball. So I think the offense, is it astronomically better with Tyrod at the helm? No. But I think you do notice like his pocket manipulation is above average, in my opinion. And not that the offensive line was terrible, but there's like a couple nitpicks you could do. Justin Pugh gave up 2 sacks, which doesn't really surprise me. I mean, Chase Young is a better edge rusher, and Pugh, he's a guard. Tyree Phillips gave up a sack, and then also like one was where Sterling Shepard, talking about old and rusty, he fell down on an RPO, and I think that was when the Giants missed the field goal, if I'm not mistaken. There was a few plays before that. Also, as well, some stats on Tyrod Taylor. Attempted 6 20-plus yard passes when completing 3 of those. I don't know where that stat came from, to be honest with you. I think that's
Can I ask this? Do you think that the coaching staff has more trust in Tyrod Taylor?
I'll get to that in just a second. So Tyrod Taylor was 10 of 13 when he was blitzed, so he knows how to handle that. Giants were a heavy zone rushing team with Barkley rushing on 15 zone runs. So let's see what else. Just taking a clip. I yelled the touchdown. He dropped it. Hyatt almost had that one-handed catch in the end zone. Yeah, I yelled. I'm like, oh my God, did he actually do it? And I'm like, oh, he dropped it. So your question, do they have – no, I think they've been – I mean, they may have like created the offense differently or just like managed the offense differently. I think Tyrod's taking his own shots, which is a good thing. And I think the offense recognizes, okay, Tyrod is – he's a little bit more
different quarterback back there.
Right.
And usually he's a conservative quarterback. Like you don't see him. He's like a Teddy Bridgewater. He's not going to put up this 300-yard game, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. That's not what Tyrod's going to do. And so, I mean, we'll talk about that in a bigger picture light in a second. Darren Waller, I mean, I never was a part of that conversation that he was washed. I was never a part of that conversation. I never entered it because I'm like, dude's just not getting the ball. Like Darren Waller, I mean, he had 2 key drops this year, but I mean, that throw down the seam to Darren Waller was a pretty nice ball placement because you had the safety there. You also had the linebacker trying to be there as well, in Jamin Davis. I don't like how the Giants are unable to run the football. I think that's part of the reason they only scored 14 is, you did have 2 big runs from Saquon. I think it was 21 yards on 2 attempts. The Giants ended up having 3.3 yards on the ground per carry. And they're just not, for some, I think it's upfront issues that they're not able to run the football. And Saquon doesn't look necessarily, I think there's times where he looks the same. The times he doesn't look the same. So honestly, if the Giants can give Jashawn Corbin a couple of snaps, I think that will be something that happens in a good way and whatnot. Of course, maybe that would be against the Jets. I don't know. Also, I picked up on that. Only gave up 4 sacks, and it was pretty much the tale of 2 halves. And, of course, you did have the Saquon fumble, which, that could have went very badly, but the defense stayed on its toes the entire time. Tyrod had a post saying, weight on my shoulders brings out the best in me. Well, Tyrod's pretty humble. I mean, I've always respected Tyrod Taylor, and I've always admired him. I wanted him to sign. I trust Tyrod Taylor over $40 million. Jim Carrey, Dumb and Dumber, QB on the G Ladies.
I was in the Giants locker room yesterday, even though I technically wasn't supposed to. But Tyrod Taylor is not much taller than me. Daniel Jones is he's definitely tall.
Well, you almost got ran over though.
Yeah, I almost got ran over by John Michael Schmitz, but that's okay.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you guys didn't know that, but I want Alex to finish, and I guess if you want, I could just give brief.
Tyrod is more talented than Jones, in my opinion. Jones might have an arm, but Tyrod is taking more shots at hitting him. I think Tyrod's confidence is pretty high right now. I don't know about talent level, because Tyrod just off the bat is a game manager. I think Daniel Jones might be a little bit more talented in some ways, but hey, listen, I think also what you take out of this game is versatility. Jalen Hyatt can play corner and Tyrod can punt. If you guys didn't see that play yesterday where Tyrod threw it deep, nearly intercepted, but it was broken up by Jalen Hyatt, and he did the incompletion thing.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, before we get into any other conversations, I have to give credit to Jamie Gillen. He's been the best special teams player this year, and I think he deserves a Pro Bowl.
Yeah, you cursed Jamie Gillen at when you guys re-signed him.
Jamie Gillen has been unbelievable punt wise. I think he deserves a Pro Bowl. I never thought I would say that.
First, buddy. Camarda first.
I'm sorry.
Are we going to deny?
Did you guys win Special Teams Player of the Week at all? Has he done that yet?
Maybe he just didn't get recognized.
Okay, Camarda's won it twice already, so let's relax about the best punter in football.
Hey, maybe Jake Camarda. I'm not even going to go there. No, I'm not going to go there.
Camarda does average the most.
Brian is right on that.
Yeah,
Camarda's a beast. He's our best player on the team, and that's kind of sad but true.
Right.
Didn't say that 2 weeks ago.
I feel like Tyrod is winning over the locker room if Daniel Jones gets healthy and loses a game he's done over here. So I want to get into that conversation a little bit, and then maybe we could deviate to NFL picks or maybe even a preview of some sorts. There's a conversation. I want to get your guys' thoughts on this too. Should Tyrod Taylor start? Should Daniel Jones start, right? If you're going to ask me at this state right now, who is a better quarterback under this Giants offense and what they want to do, I'm going to go ahead and say Tyrod Taylor. Now, would I be opposed to Daniel Jones being in the game maybe next week if he's fully healthy? I think it's got to be health. Like he cannot be 80% healthy, can't be 90%. Daniel Jones had this neck injury before, and me going back to last week and last Tuesday and him on Up and Adams saying he's still feeling pain in his neck. I mean,
it's nerve pain too.
It's nerve pain. And Dable's like, yeah, he's questionable. I'm like, he's questionable. All right. But I mean, I think Tyrod looks better than this offense. I wouldn't personally care who comes back and is like, hey, this guy's going to be a star for the rest of the year. If you're inclined to go with Daniel Jones because of the contract, whatever. But he needs to show at least he's improved a little bit. And he's going to come back at a time where the offensive line is at least expected to get healthy because Andrew Thomas, Evan Neal, John Michael Schmitz are out. I have to give creds too. Like we give creds when creds are due, including myself. But Ben Bredesen stepped up yesterday. He had a good pass blocking grade. Mark Lewinsky stepped up. You know what's funny? And I said this to our guy, Corey Sanchez. Chase Young had 2 sacks. Mm-hmm. How much interior pressure was there?
It was mostly on the outside, if you think about it, because just watching the film, watching my game evaluation, it was mostly outside pressure.
And again, keynote, no John Michael Schmitz at all. So probably
no John Michael Schmitz, and you
were playing interior guy.
You were playing with Marcus McKeithen, who still can't get hands on a guy. You got Ben Bredesen, and you got Mark Lewinsky. So maybe Mark Lewinsky could enter the conversation of this guy could be the starting right guard when he comes back. It's his neck; he shouldn't play with that. God damn, we might all lose that freaking 49ers Vikings pick then. If that's the way they're playing, maybe it's a tale of two halves thing.
I mean, if we're talking about picks, though, somebody had the best week, and the other two might have not.
Oh God! Oh God! He's gonna gloat over that. But Luca, what are your thoughts on the? I don't think there's an actual QB controversy. I think it's just a fan talk sports.
Yeah, it's a fan talking point. It's a sports talking point.
It's a sports radio talking point. But I'll start with you, Luca. What are your thoughts?
My first thoughts, my official thoughts on this. I think the offense is better under Tyrod. I think Jones. I think he thinks a little too much, and he stares down receivers sometimes, and that's obviously a problem. The processing is worse under Daniel Jones as opposed to Tyrod Taylor. So I'd say Tyrod's the better quarterback, but what's the goal moving forward? Do you want to play Daniel Jones healthy? Is he not healthy? I think the goal for the rest of the year, basically, you guys are not making the playoffs. I think you want to evaluate the young players around you, see if anybody's due for a re-sign, like a Paris Campbell or Sterling Shepard. You need the best quarterback to evaluate those players. And is that Tyrod Taylor? Could be.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just going to be interesting to see how the Giants view these next few games. If they lose versus the Jets, I think it's like trade guys at the deadline, though I did see their report, how many weeks ago. Also, just a little report for this week's game. Aaron Rodgers invited Eli Manning to play catch with him on the sideline versus the Jets and Giants.
How nice.
Awesome.
It's cute. They're having a play date.
Yeah, they're having.
Oh my gosh.
They're having a play date.
Wait,
Anyway,
what just happened, John?
Texas is beating the crap out of Houston. It's 8-2.
yay.
Yes, baby.
You know what? At least Scherzer didn't do well, but goddamn, I really don't like his any.
Yeah, you know who's doing well now? Jordan Montgomery, who had to come in and replace him.
I know, like half the starters are coming in.
Yeah, Mets fans are just like,
I guess.
okay.
It's like the Larry David GIF. He's like,
Well, we don't know, but I disagree with that. For wild card still open, we have a shot to win this week. Yeah, I mean, like the Giants are truly speaking, the Giants are 1.5 out of wild card. If Minnesota loses this game, which they're winning, but if they end up losing this game and the 49ers pull a rabbit out of their ass, then it helps us. But if you lose to the Jets, I think it's the Giants really don't like to trade anybody at the deadline.
they probably
It's
should
not
if
what
they
happened in
lose.
2018. I agree with you. But if you win versus the Jets, I think the Giants will think to themselves that they have a new life because you got the Jets. Let's just say that's 3-5 for this season. That doesn't look bad. You go against the Raiders, you go 4-5. I forget if they play I think they play the Cowboys first and the Commanders.
But you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to say anything stupid.
Well, I mean, I'll get to your stupidity in a second. But you got Dallas after that. That's a loss. Washington, New England. So if I'm going to sit here and predict things in a positive light, you got New York, Las Vegas wins. You got Dallas loss. You got Washington, New England. That's 4 wins added to now, which is 6, and 1 loss added to now. You're 6-6 at the bye week. And then you got Green Bay, which, their offense isn't great. You have New Orleans, and you got some tough games, Philly twice and Los Angeles. So if you're the Giants, you could get rejuvenated easily down the stretch. I'm not saying that I totally believe in this because they have to cap off the Jets, but trust me, there might be, there might be some things. Ban Brian.
What did I do?
He was talking about, I guess, you were celebrating with the Astros losing because obviously he doesn't want Scherzer to succeed. Same thing with John.
Adoree Jackson could be one.
Leo Williams.
Williams, you're not getting because he's got a big.
You guys aren't really going to trade anybody. You guys are going to be very standing pat.
Saquon. Yeah, no, that's how the Giants like to do it.
But the thing is, may I add, like if you lose to the Jets, like you guys only have 6 draft picks for next year, so it's like why not get more draft picks?
I agree. I would trade Adoree to Bills in the quarter. That's exactly the route I'm thinking of. But
don't send the Bills anyone.
You don't have to trade him to the Bills.
I'll call. You know what? Let me give a call. Oh, Luca, you didn't mention who you.
What?
We're basically talking about him non-verbally right now.
Okay, I ran into Joe Shane yesterday.
Nice.
While I was in the locker room, it was a quick hello, but it's just notable. Aside from me being nearly mauled by John Michael Schmitz, but that wasn't his fault. Listen, he apologized for it. He's like, sorry.
He was doing a demonstration of what the Giants should be doing on the line block. You gotta push downfield.
Dory should be permanent. To be honest, he's not playing well. We have secondary guys.
That's your corner depth. You don't want that happening.
No. I would not put Dory at punt returner. No thanks. We don't want that mistake again. But anyone else have any thoughts on this Tyrod DJ debate? Maybe John, if you want to add anything in.
Yeah. And it's funny because I always reference it and I always bring up the contract because, excuse me, holy shit, my allergies are killing me. But I always bring up the contract of when they gave it to him. I was out of this panel of the three. I don't remember Brian's initial reaction to it, but I said I thought it was a big mistake with the money, and I still stand by it now. Just because I could see Tyrod Taylor, like you said, he manages his offense better. They take more shots downfield. Now I don't know if they trust Daniel Jones to do that. Not saying he's a horrific deep ball thrower, but he's not the best by any stretch of imagination. And then, Alex, you mentioned health-wise. Well, if this neck injury is anything serious like he has had in the past, well, is it even worth playing him? Because, God forbid, you just re-signed your quarterback, gave him an extension, and you ruined him because his neck is all messed up, and God forbid, knock on wood, that it could be a long-term injury.
Yeah. Any particular thoughts, Sir Brian?
I really don't have any thoughts. I think my opinion still stays the same from this offseason. And I think, what my opinion was of Daniel Jones' offseason. Severe overpay.
Oh, all right.
I'm kind of with Brian. Like,
I told you that he shouldn't have made anywhere above 35, and he got 40.
It's funny. Y'all, because I know Angry John loves to gloat on this. But certain people telling him that Daniel Jones was the top 10 guy.
Yeah, I got yelled at about it. They were all getting upset.
Me too. I got yelled at too. We were having that debate.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't that something sweet? Everybody told me the same thing. People got mad at me. They're like, "Yeah, well, you got Baker Mayfield." It's like, okay, we're not paying $40 million to Baker Mayfield. Like,
hold on, give me a second.
It's like
but what was I gonna say though? Li replied to me yesterday. Because I'm like, it's all about that. I'm like, he replies to me, and this is public domain, right? By the way, he goes, I would shop Tyrod Taylor. I said, who the hell is trading for a backup QB? He gives us a shot to win. He goes, win what? I said, you're not going to get it because you're not for the tank. Because you're for the tank. He goes, we're not winning more than 4 games. Like, okay.
Okay.
I'll give you one thing. Apparently, somebody on Twitch agrees.
Yeah, no, he's severely overpaid.
10 overpaid.
Listen, I'll say this: the contract is structured well. The base salary is ridiculous.
It's terrible.
They should have franchised him, and I said that.
And you know what?
Franchised and give Saquon a contract.
I'm tired of the excuse that we brought up a few weeks ago. We were all talking about it. Oh, he doesn't have the weapons. He doesn't have the protection. Well, it's not like Taylor had much different. I mean, how many offensive line are hurt right now? How many O-linemen are hurt? Who is it? Neil?
Thomas?
JMS, Andrew Thomas.
That's 3 guys right there. I can't think. I don't think.
Those are the most important because those are your
important. But you said Zudu too.
Oh, Zudu's hurt too. Yeah.
Zudu, Shane Lemieux. Shout out to my buddy Adam, who I'll be seeing this weekend at the Giant Jet game. He's like, this whole conspiracy that you can't operate an offense behind that offensive line has kind of been disproved.
It has been.
Yeah.
So, again,
doesn't have the pocket presence. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm in agreement there. And again, a little more on the offense. I mean, how about Saquon yesterday? I know he didn't have like the best yards per carry. I think what do you have, like 21 carries or 20 carries for 71 yards? Was that
his stat line?
I know the Giants averaged something
21 for 77.
The Giants averaged like something 3.3 yards per carry.
Yeah, and that's with a few injuries, like I said, on that offensive line. He also had the touchdown catch earlier in the game, so that helped out. But he also was dealing with the shoulder thing pretty early on, so yeah. I thought good job on him to tough it out and make sure he could help this team win a game. And I like the point Alex made with Waller because again they just didn't feature him a lot. I mean, I remember we were doing that Giants 49ers game. We were like,
where's Waller?
Like we were like, where's Waller? Like, and he did play. They just do not feature him for whatever reason. But Taylor hit him a few times, so that's good to see. I would like to see a little more of Wan'Dale Robinson. I really like him.
He
For you
looked good
guys.
yesterday.
So I
That
like.
one reception.
Yeah, what do you have? Like 2 targets yesterday. So I
Two
think
targets, one reception. I was even questioning like, how are they not getting this guy involved? And it's like the short passing game is working so well, unless Brian Dable thought that the Commanders took away the middle of the field, but he's also used to on screens if your tight ends or wide receivers can get out there and block.
Yeah, I like him. I think you guys should feature him more too. But go ahead. We'll get to some comments. Mr. Charles Barkley saying, "Wouldn't the franchise tag be the same salary, just a 1-year commitment?"
That would be $32 million.
Which is what I said in the range of what I said. 30 to 35 is what he should have got if he wanted a long-term deal.
And the only reason it semi looked good is because the cap hit for this year is low.
Yep.
And it's a 2-year thing. But anyway.
Yeah.
Here's on Twitter saying Pew didn't have. I mean, Pew's made a difference, but it's not. I mean, he's given up 3-4 sacks in 2 games, so he's
the same guy since 2013. Like, come on now.
Right. I mean, like he's not a game changer, 100%. I mean, he's straight off the couch. Steve Bartman and Hootstown, 8-2 Rangers taking it to Dusty Baker. Yeah. But I could wrap up the Giants thing. Now we can do one of 2 things. We could either go into picks or maybe a little bit of a Jets Giants preview before I get off. Now, Luca, what do you say? Because I know what John's thinking.
You said picks.
Maybe.
If you go into picks, I'm going to be very upset.
What's that?
If you go into picks, I'm not going to be prepared for the roasting I'm going to get.
Oh boy,
Rose.
I think we got to do picks.
Yes.
What did you say, Luca?
Picks.
All right, we'll see. All right, let's see what picks.
All right, so currently I don't have the final numbers, but no matter what, I am going to be in the lead. So how about whatever the next stream is, I'll after the Monday night game, unless it finishes, and we're still doing the show, I'll announce the numbers and I'll announce everything. But I do got everything written down for this week. So, are you guys ready to make some picks?
Yes.
All right. First game of the week, Thursday night. We'll be covering it. Buccaneers, Bills, Brian's team.
I hate that we're doing it this early. I thought we were going over picks that are results, but okay. I'm going Bills. It's too obvious. I'm going Bills.
Bills.
It's not that obvious. Bills.
So,
dude,
listen, the Bills just got beat by Mac Jones.
The Giants nearly beat the Bills. Mac Jones beat them. I mean, they're gonna be pissed off, but still.
Who cares? We're in Buffalo, and the offense is one of the worst in the league. No.
So we're all going on a 4 sweeper here because I got the Bills too. And then we'll go into the Sunday slate of games. All right.
Neil's saying Bucks beat Josh Allen.
Yeah. Speaking of Sunil and his team, Rams at Jerry World against the Cowboys.
Well, Rams this week.
Can't believe they lost to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, on a fucking
4-2. I want you guys to realize that for a second.
On a measure, but you see how they lost the game though. I was watching it.
Mm-hmm.
Anywho, give me the Cowboys.
I'll stay with Dallas too.
Dallas.
I wonder if Sunil's in his tank mode still.
Yeah. So everyone's saying Cowboys.
Yep.
All right, because I am going to say that as well. So, Cowboys. Okay. Next game up. Oh, wait.
Dallas plays the Rams, Max.
That's correct. Did I write this incorrectly? Hold up.
Oh.
No, not you.
No,
Never.
I didn't. No, I did not. Nope. Okay. Next up. Vikings, Packers.
Oh. If Sunday proved anything, it's that I'm taking the Vikings.
Ooh.
Yeah, give me the Vikings too.
Minnesota.
So everyone's going Minnesota.
Dude, the Packers just look so bad against the
I
Broncos.
know. I'm like really like
we're back to the paper bag times again.
Packers at home.
Yeah, I'm not stupid. I'm taking the Vikings because I'm not even gonna.
So, a little advice for Sunil here. Just Have your defense. Have it's simple. Have Dak throw like 7 picks, and have your defense let them down the field the entire game. That
That's
way,
really
Brett Maher doesn't have to come on the field.
That's a great
Yep.
That's a great one. Yeah.
It's good
All right.
advice.
Next game up, Falcons Titans.
Mm.
Ew.
Falcons are coming off
Falcons.
a win versus the Bucks.
Titans are going to be rolling with Malik Willis more than likely, so give me Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm gonna go Atlanta too because Tannehill's obviously hurt, as Brian just said.
I'm gonna
So-
go underdog Titans.
Go for it. Listen,
I'm
I'm
Willis
gonna
won
go
this
with
game, it's a big
Alex
win.
on this one, and I got burned against the Titans in London against Baltimore. Baltimore proved to be a good team yesterday. Give me the Titans. They're not gonna let me down again.
With
They're-
Malik Willis versus the Falcons defense.
I'm a believer in Malik Willis, so if he wins, I'll gladly take the loss, but I really don't think it's happening.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening either.
All right, next up, we got the Saints and the Colts.
Saints are coming off a disappointing week at home. Colts are coming off a robbery, which I
Didn't Minshew throw like 3 picks?
yeah,
No,
but did you not
That
see
was
those?
the first game.
Yeah, you were thinking the other. Did you not like the freaking penalties in that game were terrible? They gifted that so-called illegal contact penalty was ridiculous. I'm going Colts.
I'm going Colts too. I don't think the Saints have it.
Indianapolis.
You know what? I'm going the Saints.
Okay, you different.
I'm gonna say they get the upset
Okay.
on the road.
Wow.
I respect it.
All right, next game up, AFC East showdown, Pats Dolphins.
You guys know I'm
Dolphins.
going with the Pats. No, I'm not. I'm going Dolphins.
Dolphins.
I think everyone's got Dolphins in this one. And,
Mac Jones is gonna shit himself.
I wouldn't be
They
surprised.
won yesterday.
I'll say this: I wouldn't be surprised if they put up yards on the Dolphins defense.
I mean, us 4 could put up the yards on the Dolphins defense.
All right.
Real quick, Sunil just asked a good thing. He said, "Who's worse for Green Bay, Love or Majkowski?" Clearly, Majkowski. Clearly.
I don't think Love is that bad. Jets Giants, our game. We'll be calling it.
Listen, I'm rolling with my.
No.
Every time I think no, actually, every time I've picked the Jets to win, they've won. But yet I picked against them I picked the Eagles when they faced off, and then the Jets ended up winning. So you know what?
Oh no, I know what Brian's doing.
He's gonna do a reveal.
Give me this team right here. Give me
Okay.
this team. I'm taking the Jets.
Brian.
John, why don't you go first?
No, go first. I always go last. Go ahead.
Now, this is a bold decision because, the Jets defense has been phenomenal this year. The Giants have been a good team too. I mean, not really. Obviously not. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking what I was saying. Giants haven't been good this year. The Jets have been a really good defense. They've been anchoring the league. Giants just came off a big win. Is Daniel Jones playing is the big question. Is he going to play?
I don't.
That's up in the air at the moment, actually.
Yeah.
If he plays, I mean, it's a tough pick. Only because I feel like with the Jets, they find a way to get other teams back in the game and keep them in the game, which is what I don't like about them. And, you're in MetLife. I'm pretty sure more Giants fans go to that stadium than Jets fans. I'm not going to lie to you. But this is a tough – listen, I mean, offensively, I think the Jets suck. Giants offensively, they suck. That's what it comes down to. Whose offense is going to suck the least? And in the end, it's a pick I don't want to make. I don't have pride in making this pick. I really don't. So I apologize to whoever
Brian,
I
if you
offended.
say a fucking tie, you're getting ejected.
Always going with the Jets. You know what, Luca? Every time I pick the Jets, they lose. I'm going to pick the Giants and hope the reverse psychology
He's
works.
gonna do the superstitious crap.
I
There's
picked
nothing
them.
wrong with superstition. There's
I-
nothing wrong with superstition.
Yeah, but once you mention it and figure it out, it's no good.
It's superstition because, and I hope I'm wrong, and I'll sacrifice the loss.
Listen,
don't
Giant
care.
fans, there are Giant fans. Listen, For the Jet fans out there, do not chalk up the Giants as a win because we could easily lose this game.
I am a little scared because like Robert Saleh stinks off the bye.
That's true. It's true.
Sucks
That's
off
true.
The bye. And I'm like,
we've lost to the Patriots 2 weeks in a row. 2 years in a row, I'm sorry, off the bye week. But let me say this. Jet fans, do not chalk up the Giants as an easy win. Giant fans, do not chalk up the Jets as an easy win because
I agree.
I'm going to take all your receipts, okay? I'm going to take all your receipts.
I'm just that's the one thing that like I actually wouldn't be shocked at the Giants because Salah's horrible off the bye. He's awful. Awful. All right, next game.
I gotta cover this. Ready? So if you want total yards, it's the Jets by 1.4 yards.
That means you're the same kind of offense. Don't matter.
That's so bad.
Exactly. I agree, Brian.
All right.
I think Breece Hall is going to outrun Barkley, though.
I think. I also think Garrett Wilson will test Deontay Banks,
and he will win as long as Zach Wilson actually throws the ball to him.
That's the key. I don't want to.
Listen, we have our own. We might have a little preview, not too much in depth, but maybe after this.
Oh no, Armand! Oh no!
Oh God! Yeah, you know what? If we lose, it's his fault. Point
I
at him.
put on the Giants helmet and just said, "Screw it."
How about this, Brian? You put on a Giants helmet and a Jets jersey.
Literally.
Remember Tyrod got knocked out? Not exactly knocked out, but he got laid out by Michael Clemens last year in preseason.
Yep.
All right, next one. Jaguars Steelers.
Give me the
Jaguars
Jags.
always should win the easy games, and they never do.
Give me the Jaguars.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's defense is not a joke.
Right, but their offense is a joke.
You're right. But the Jaguars defense also isn't something to write home about.
Right.
Jaguars offense has been hot and cold because Lawrence can't figure out if he's a good quarterback or a bottom 10 quarterback.
Did you do Texans Panthers yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm probably going to end up going with, again, these are all early picks. I'll probably change them by Friday when I do mine for my show. But I'm going to go Jacksonville. Screw it.
Brian, I disagree with your whole analysis right there and saying Trevor Lawrence plays like a bottom 10 at times. Trevor Lawrence is an elite quarterback. Let's not even kid around.
Oh, no.
But I'm picking against him. I got the Steelers.
I am not saying he's a bottom 10 quarterback his whole career. I'm saying right now.
First year he might have been.
He bounces. No. Between teams, he bounces depending on who he plays. I watch him play the Colts, and I see him playing like a guy who could really be one of the best of his draft class.
Mm-hmm.
But then I watch him play a different team, and he doesn't even touch 200 yards. He throws 2 interceptions, and they can't get anything going on the offense. They lose the game.
Brian,
and they turn over the ball too much.
Brian,
so because of that, I start to think, where is he? Where is he? Where can I gauge him?
Brian, I want you to look up every team's record since last November.
Every team's record since last November. I'm going to Stat News for this.
Let me just say this for the record. My take on Trevor Lawrence, I think he's a very good quarterback. I don't think he's elite yet.
I disagree.
Okay. You have the right to.
November 2022, right?
Don't use my.
I said no. I said I have the.
I know he was about to say it too.
No.
Alex, you heard what he was about to say.
No. I said I have the right to my own opinion, as does Brian. I don't think that Trevor Lawrence is elite. I think he's a very good.
What are these fugazi memes you're putting in the inbox, you frick?
The Jaguars are 10-3 since November.
But we got to see how Trevor Lawrence has played in each of those games. To be fair,
correct. You have to see how he played in each of those games. He's 10-3.
I understand.
He's tied with the Lions and Eagles in that same span. Mm-hmm. The Chiefs and the Niners are the only 2 teams that had better records in that span.
Exactly, because Trevor Lawrence makes everyone around him better. The Jaguars were crap. Remember before he came, they were actually awful. And that first year they were awful because they had Urban Meyer. Doug Peterson came in, fixed him. They started being really good, and so did he.
John?
Yes.
Don't say that to Luca because he thinks that the Chargers-Jags game was scripted.
He did say.
Go on. That was a
Right.
useless piece of information.
Oh, you just called it useless.
Charles Barkley's got a point there, John.
What? I'm sorry. Okay. So?
Do you think Daniel Jones, based off your logic, is clearly a significantly worse quarterback than Terry Lawrence?
First off, it's Trevor, not Terry.
Lawrence. Yeah, but I'm reading what he said. That's why.
He said Terry.
Oh.
He said Terry.
Apologies there, but first thing first, right? Then by that logic, Zach Wilson's better than Jalen Hurts. By your logic, that's the logic you're using, right?
Yeah, I'm going off his.
Why are you going off it then?
So you're saying that Desmond Ridder is better than Baker Mayfield?
Yeah, that's your logic.
I mean, they're basically the same quarterback at this rate.
Live and die by the sword, Brian.
I live and die by the sword
All
that
right.
Baker Mayfield determines my happiness every week.
Enough of the Trevor Lawrence debate. We'll see when I'm right.
At this rate, Baker Mayfield's going to turn me into an alcoholic.
Oh, God. We got 2 more 1 o'clock games. Eagles, Commanders.
Eagles.
Steagles.
Last time they faced off, it was a close one. Went to overtime.
That's true. That's true. That is true.
I mean, Washington fans do want Ron Rivera fired.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go with Eagles. Okay, Charles, you're crossing the line. Charles, you're crossing the line.
Oh,
You're
God.
crossing the line.
Oh, God. I'm going with the
How
Eagles,
could
too.
you say that?
I know Brian's right. They play close, but I'm going with the Eagles. They were pissed off after they looked really good last night. Last 1 o'clock game, battle of the first and second overall pick. Texans, Panthers.
Oh, wait, what'd you say? Battle for the first overall pick?
No, I meant like first and second overall pick of last year's class, Stroud and Young.
Oh, I thought you said like battling. For
No.
I was like, what? No.
That's
Keep
what
pounding.
So Stroud and Young, obviously Stroud's the better quarterback. So give me Texans. I mean, everything about the Texans is so much better. They're better coached too.
Keep pounding.
You're going with the Panthers.
I'm going to throw in my hat for that part of the week.
Okay.
I'm going.
See, I'm not the only one.
Alex, I pray for you.
You know what? They do have to get a win. I'm going with the Panthers too.
I'm going Houston.
Oh my gosh.
Because-
Luca, once again, it's me and you again using our brain.
Brian, don't you have a worse record than me in picks?
No.
Are you sure? Oh, we got to add this up.
Oh,
We're
jeez.
gonna have to. You add up whatever you did this week and we'll talk
Listen,
about it.
Max is right. Stroud is a beast.
He
He's the
is
best
better.
quarterback that's out there.
Stroud has potential to be a top 5 QB in this league in the next 2 years.
All right, and just for Feeble Sunil's comment, we are gonna go very slow now. No, I'm kidding. Browns Seahawks. We got the 4 o'clock window.
Browns.
Okay,
Seahawks.
Luca.
The Browns are a mixed bag. Gardner Minshew chopped them up into sliced meat.
Team
Going
Twister, I
Seattle.
haven't seen you in a while. What's up, man?
Seattle.
Seattle, you said, Luca.
Yes, sir.
So you both you boys have Seattle, correct?
Yes, sir. Ski.
Listen, Seattle's a joke. They're way worse than what their record shows.
Okay. I'm gonna agree with Brian. I think the Browns are gonna win this game.
All right.
Don't forget, DK Metcalf's still hobbled too. So even if he plays, he's going to not be at 100%.
We are
That's true.
split on that one, and then next game up we have Ravens Cardinals.
Ravens.
No, not even a debate.
That was a really that might
No,
be
I'm gonna take the Cardinals here to lose by 40. No.
okay.
Well, Ravens are gonna
Good.
win the Battle of the Birds. What did Deshaun? I didn't get to see this at all because I was watching the Giant game. Did Deshaun Watson get injured? Or they just bench him and say whatever?
I don't know, but PJ Walker came in, stunk up the room, and then still won the game.
That's right. All right, here's another snoozer because it's Broncos country. Let's ride. They get the Chiefs.
They got the Chiefs this week.
Yeah, Kansas City.
A rematch?
Yeah, that's like the second time in like 3 weeks.
Yeah, I want to say that was true.
The NFL did a bad job with that because the Eagles and Commanders is another example. Ryan, don't you dare pick the Broncos.
I'm thinking,
Dude, I'm not even kidding to you. I'm on the fence about it just because how close it was the first time in Kansas City. It was in Kansas City, wasn't it?
They are not beating the. Sorry,
It
they're
was in Kansas City.
their offense is so unwatchable. It really is, Brian. I'm sorry.
to be fair, their offense was quite poodle shit.
Thinking about it. I'm thinking it's yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Chiefs. Trust me. Last thing I want to do is give Chiefs any more wins, but you know what? I got to give it to them. They're probably going to win this thing.
You're absolutely right, Brian. I wouldn't want to give the Chiefs any more wins than they already have either.
All right. 4:30, Bengals, 49ers.
That's a really good game.
Cincy.
49ers.
Ooh. So wait, Brian, you said Cincy, and Alex, you said the Niners, correct?
Then Cincy because they got no Debo.
I'm going to ride with Joe Shiesty. Why not?
Okay, so Brian, Cincy, Luca is Cincy, and
Bengals are trending upwards. They started
Good.
like 1-3. They're 3-3 now. They're in a good spot. They're slowly climbing and getting better.
You said 49ers, Alex? Is that what you said, or you haven't made your pick yet?
49ers.
49ers. You know what? I'm going to agree with you, Alex. I'm going to take the Niners, okay? They're not losing to a team from Ohio twice. They already lost.
Debo's supposedly out for a couple weeks.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know if they said IR or not, but I know he's definitely missing more than just 2 weeks.
All right.
McPherson.
Sunday night football. Bears, Chargers.
Oh, why do I got to watch Brendan Staley on national television?
God, I don't want to have to pick the Bears again.
I'm not. You know what? I'm just going to put it out there. I know I actually, you see, last week, one of the picks, I picked the Bears to win. You guys didn't. So
I did too. I picked the Bears over the Raiders.
Nice. But I'm not doing it. They're not winning 2 games in a row. Give me the Chargers.
Even with how bad the Chargers defense is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Give me the Android Chargers.
The Android Chargers.
Go, Chargers. Go.
All right. Last game, Monday Night Football.
Oh, I didn't give the pick.
Oh, sorry. I thought you did. I'm sorry.
I have to be different. I'm going Chicago. Tyson Barrow train. Let's go.
All right. Brian's going with the Bears. The Bears.
Actually, believe it or not, sorry for the interruption. You know, this game actually helps me a lot. Why does it help me? Wait, hold on. I just want to make sure it helps me. Nope, never mind. That was a different fantasy league, but wait, hold on. Let me see something real quick. John, I would like to thank you for losing to me in our fantasy
I
league.
lost to both of you in my league this year, and I'm not happy. But you know what? The season ain't over. Okay? So stay humble because someone's winning in picks.
I'm sorry.
Last game, Monday Night Football. Raiders, Lions.
Detroit.
Detroit.
Hey, give me Detroit.
Yeah, this is going to be a sorry any Raiders fans, but
Listen, Bajent.
Bajent is that man, bro. Don't sleep on him. D2 quarterback from Shepherd University.
Look, I think the Bears are awful still.
And Ryan, you forgot the Colorado School of Mines. The Mines, not MINDS, MINES.
Colorado School of Mines or Diggers. Yup. That's what they were called. I think it was the Ore Diggers or they were the Miners.
Could be the Miners. You never know.
I know there's a team called the Ore Diggers, though.
San Francisco 49ers. But anyway, do you want to touch maybe just 2 inches on this Giants-Jets game, and then I will bid myself adieu?
Sure.
All right. So I'm trying to come up with a good talking point here, or at least a good segment. How about this? What scares you about the other team? So in this case, Brian could either take it from a Jets or a Giants side. I'll take it from a Giants side, obviously. You guys will take it from a Jets side. Let's start with Luca. What scares you about the other team?
it's not really about your team. It's about my team and handling the blitz. It's not about the offensive line. I mean, I do have concerns because Wes Schweitzer's in for Joe Timmon. Timmons obviously injured. My concern is Zach Wilson can handle a blitz on third down.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing, I'm kind of scared that like you're gonna see Wink just like kind of have like a chess match like you do with Eric Bieniemy, and he's just gonna like school Nathaniel Hackett because I'm scared Hackett's gonna get conservative and have like the run
First
pass.
down run plays after a big pass. That's what I saw
like,
against the Eagles.
And I'm really not looking forward to him being conservative, but that would be the biggest thing that would scare me.
Okay, Brian.
So I'm going to take it from a Giants perspective. What I'm afraid of with the other team. I think what I would be most scared of is having to face up with. I mean, obviously the question is resting on DJ Reed and Sauce Gardner's health. Will they be able to go for this game? I'm sure things will be fine and they'll be able to clear concussion protocol and go. But I mean, the question is, again, if they can't go, God forbid, who's coming in to replace them? And you have to look at what did other teams do offensively to get by the corners. Because obviously, whatever backups you guys went with against the Eagles, right?
Mm-hmm.
They somehow did a decent job in holding them down. And I don't know how. I still am figuring that out.
Trying to think of others who started in that
Craig
game.
James, Bryce Hall, Michael Carter the second.
And yep, those three.
And Tay Hayes, who nobody
Tay Hayes, that was the other guy. I was trying to think who's off the practice squad. Tay Hayes.
Yeah. Bryce Hall did a really, really good job. And I was more surprised about that than anything else.
Brian, I have been probably the biggest Bryce Hall hater, and Luca can tell you. That was the best game Bryce Hall has ever played as a New York Jet.
And in the come against the Eagles, they did it. And the Giants, you got to be afraid of those corners, the cornerback matchups, The only guys who have really been proving themselves as good at getting separation and getting the advantages this year is Jalen Hyatt. Jalen and Darren are the only guys. But even then, Darren's separation, he doesn't have that extra gear he had in out of the Raiders. With the Raiders, he could have the extra gear separation and go ahead and get more physical and a little extra burst of speed to get the edges. And this time, he doesn't have that same burst. He still has the physicality, but he doesn't have the burst. So it's been more of Jalen Hyatt you have to watch that you have to really focus on. So what advantages can you provide with Darius Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson to get them more involved in the offense? This way, you can run trick plays on the Jets. Like if you're going to run let's see, like what's the term called? Jet sweeps with receivers, right? You're going to put Wan'Dale on a jet sweep. Who are you going to roll out on the right side? You're going to roll out Bellinger and Waller together to block. You're going to put in extra running back. What are you going to do? You're going to roll Barkley with that. What's the situation? Because Wan'Dale is a secret weapon that needs to be tapped in more. And I need to see how that gets involved. But yes, my fear is those corners. And second, I'm going to say CJ Mosley. Let's get Mosley. Mosley's been super effective this year for the Jets. And I would be very terrified to face that up. Because again, from a spy situation, you can't run. So Tyrod cannot run. He will get him. And the last thing you need is a guy like Mosley who has the ability to injure somebody pretty easily. I've seen it. He has the ability. And then you lose Tyrod Taylor and you have another Mike Glennon and Jake Fromm situation on your hands.
I'd say I'd be more concerned if I was a Giant fan if it was Quincy Williams because he can lay people out.
I was, yeah. I mean, that's a good point. I was originally going to say like probably more Quincy than CJ because I think CJ might have the same speed as Tyrod and whatnot. My biggest concern defensively is how many times are they going to pound it? But I feel like Wink can probably adjust if it's going to be first and second down runs from from Hackett. If Hackett keeps going with first and second down runs, I think the Giants will adjust. That's one thing. If he did it more seasonably and just did it here and there, I think the Jets would have more success. Not that our run defense is like top tier in this league, but also my thing is like one thing that Washington didn't do enough versus the Giants was rollouts. They rolled Sam Howell out of the pocket, did some rub routes, and he had success. He had completions. So that's one thing that scares me, honestly. So from a defensive standpoint, rollouts. And I think the running game, I don't know how you guys rank with run defense. I don't think it's like the best category,
Yeah.
but like Saquon, I would experiment running with Breida and Corbin as well because the Giants just haven't been able to get a running game going. And we all know how that worked last time against the Jets. But, Saquon running for 1 yard. But the Giants, yeah, the defense, I will say that the defense does scare me. Whether Sauce plays or not, I do feel that Tyrod will still take risks this game, but the defense more so than the offense to scare me. Now, I guess the last thing we could say is I'll start with Luca again. What is something that you want the Jets to take advantage of come what was I gonna say? Come Sunday?
I would like the Jets to use main feature pieces. Garrett Wilson 1-on-1 versus the rookie. I know Banks has been solid, but I think Wilson, can do a lot. Obviously, he's the best receiver on our team, and he could take a guy deep a little bit. But I'd like to see the Jets use Garrett Wilson in the slot a little bit. Have maybe Lazard on the outside, Gibson to his right, or whoever we can make a matchup. I'd also like to see the Jets. What?
Stop using Randall Cobb.
I'd also like the Jets to see if they could use Tyler Conklin a lot more. He's so physical when he's a very good route runner, and he's physical with yards after the catch. Absolutely use him. Also use Jeremy Ruckert. I've been screaming for weeks from now. But if you're the Giants, I'm sorry, not the Giants. If you're the Jets defense, I would take away the quick passing game. And I would also try to take away Waller as much as possible. Because last week, Dallas Goddard barely had an impact on the passing game for the Eagles.
Okay, John.
You said the question, what would you like to see the Jets
take advantage of maybe that the Giants have a weakness on?
I would say if you're this defense, right, you need to get after the quarterback easily. This offensive line has a couple injuries. They've been banged up, so the chemistry is not there. And, you got so much to work with. I've been raving about Jermaine Johnson since pretty much day one of training camp. Bryce Huff has probably been one of the best edge rushers, too. You got Quinnen up the middle. You got so many guys that could just take advantage and are going to require so much attention. Like, this is a game where it's like, all right, we got to get like a good 5-6 sacks here at least. So.
Okay, Brian.
If there's one thing the Jets can definitely expose on the Giants, it is, it's definitely blitzing. You got Saleh, the defensive-minded coach he is. He's got to flex that. And the way you prove that you're a top 5 defense in the league is by blitzing. You want to make a point? This is your way to show your point. Bring 6 guys, bring 5 guys, whatever you got to do. Do what you need to do. Get get Taylor or Jones, whoever it is, under pressure. I know we talk about Danny's mobility, but we all know here in this room that Daniel Jones has worse pocket presence than Tyrod Taylor. Tyrod Taylor is more mobile in that pocket than Daniel Jones is. But Danny's quicker to run. I'll say that.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Danny would like to stay in the pocket. He doesn't want to run unless he absolutely has to. By the time he makes that decision, he's going down. I think Zach Wilson's in the same boat. But I don't think the Giants are going to get to Wilson the way that the Jets are going to get to whoever's at quarterback. If it's Taylor, there's going to be less sacks. Knicks Nation, Tyrod Taylor probably going to play. If Tyrod plays, my guess is probably like 3 or 4 sacks for the Jets as a team. They're going to have a decent day. And the way you do that is you rush the weakest spot. What's your strong spot right now? The tackles?
For the Giants?
Because Pugh's playing tackle, right?
Yeah, but like here's the weird thing is like the interior was actually
better.
The interior was better this week. And it wasn't that bad against Buffalo.
Don't forget Washington's also 31st in pass pressure. In like a pass rush, they're like 31st in the league. They're not good.
Yeah.
In other weeks, what's been your strongest point? Have the tackles been a point that's been more concerning than your interior?
Yeah. I would say tackle, a little bit of guard though. But my fear with this game is I'm more scared of the edges than I am the interior because you could double Quinnen Williams. Obviously there's Quentin Jefferson to be scared about, but Jermaine Johnson on one edge and Bryce Huff mean, that's another area I would say for like Giants being scared and all that.
Max just gave out the news too. He said Andrew Thomas is rumored to be back. So if he's rumored to be back, then your tackle
We'll
will
see
be your
Wednesday.
strong point.
Well, regardless if he is or isn't, then whoever Andrew Thomas isn't holding on the other side, on that side, the other side is going to be a nightmare matchup, in my opinion.
Regardless, the interior I think is going to be the benefit here for the Jets, and you already know who's in that interior that's going to wreck things up.
Yeah, Quinnen.
Don't forget John Franklin Myers. He's having a quietly good year.
JF
and Quentin Jefferson.
Really, Quinn's been having a good year too.
Quentin Jefferson, yes.
So that's what I mean. The D tackles are going to have themselves a good day. You're not going to be able to run that ball as well as you think. You're going to have to run Barkley outside. Your whole run game is going to be disrupted because that interior line will be able to protect what's coming. The Jets' D-line interior is by far better than the Giants' interior. You could argue it if you want because you have D-Law. But to me, I'm sticking with the Jets here. That's what that is. So specifically, that's what I would be worried about. And that's what the Jets need to exploit is that interior line because the outsides are going to be better. So focus on getting that interior on the pass plays, blitz down that middle. I don't care if you got to send Mosley as a bull through a China shop. Get him through, take him out.
Blitz Quincy if you want because he got 2 sacks on Russell Wilson and forced the game-winning fumble, essentially.
And apparently Charles Barkley said, so when the Giants have more sacks than the Jets, you're going to break eggs on your face, Brian. No, I'm not because it's not going to happen.
Plus, the Jets don't even have I get Brian brought up the blitz thing. It's not a bad thing to do, on occasion. The Jets don't have to blitz all the time. They're going to get home with 4, whether it's Jermaine Johnson or Bryce Huff on the edges.
Yes, and Jermaine Johnson's been another guy who's been pretty decent this year too. And what else? Max just said that they don't have Joe Tippmann, and we have Sexy Dexy to exploit their backup. Sure, go ahead, exploit the backup, but they got guards to pick it up. Come on, it's not an issue.
Hold on. McGovern. Okay, so. That's where I kind of have to come in and disagree. Like Tomlinson's had a solid year. He'd be going up against Leonard Williams, who's been more quiet against other guys. If Dexter Lawrence against Wes Schweitzer and Connor McGovern. But if you flip that, maybe put Lawrence on the other side, then you might have an issue. I don't think the Jets O-line, it's an average O-line. I don't think they're all that though.
I'm in agreement there. I think it's been a middle of the pack-ish.
Yeah, that's fair. I got right guard is my main issue of concern. Everything else I'm fine with.
Yeah, because of Schweitzer.
Yeah.
What about Mitchell?
Mitchell was fine the last 2 weeks. He was actually really good in run blocking, but pass blocking obviously is a question.
It's hysterical that Barkley's completely disagreeing. Is it Barkley? No, not Barkley. Max is disagreeing with everything I'm saying. Everything heavily. He says we're talking about blitzes and not talking about the king of the blitz wink. I'm not talking about the Giants defense. I don't care about the Giants defense.
I don't think
the Jets have to exploit, and they have to exploit the interior of the Giants line. That's it.
I don't think Kayvon would bully Becton. I don't.
No.
And the argument was Jets don't have a player top 35 in the NFL in sacks, but Kayvon's 9th. Okay, that's one.
Hold on a second. I'm going to call timeout on that because the Jets have a fair share of people you could have one player, as he says, top 9 in sacks. We got players who have multiple sacks. Bryce Huff has multiple sacks. Jermaine Johnson has multiple sacks. Quentin Jefferson has multiple sacks. John Franklin Myers is in on the share. So it's multiple players who can get after the passer.
Yes.
Right. But looking at for the Giants in terms of what we can exploit on the Jets, Zach Wilson blitzing him is going to be the main thing. Confusing him with different looks, testing his pocket presence is going to be one thing. And I think in my opinion, this could be a make or break game for the offensive line of the Jets, to where maybe you could feel worse about them if the Giants end up getting there a lot. And if the Giants don't get there a lot, you say, hey, the Jets offensive line, actually, we have to take them a little bit more serious. But also one thing as well, I'm not saying this is going to happen because it's probably not, but look at something else. If Andrew Thomas comes back, if Evan Neal comes back, and if JMS comes back, you might have a solid O-line configuration either way because you got Thomas at left tackle, Schmitz at center. You could put Pugh at one of the guard spots, or if you're not confident in Neal, you could put him at Pugh at right tackle and Neal at guard, and Glowinski or Ben Bredesen left guard. So there's a lot to fool around with. None of them are top, and Becton is a fat boy who only.
We're over the fat jokes, buddy. We're over the fat jokes. He's played very well. Me and John were the biggest critics, but he's played very well.
He's good.
He's been good. You can't sit here and deny that.
Wilson won't be able to handle blitz packages. Wink will send. He's going to have to pass
But
the
the
ball.
thing is, Zach Wilson at like in certain, again, we talk about consistency. Zach Wilson at some points is quicker with the first read. Like if he has Conklin there, he's going to throw it to him. Again, it's not consistent. That's the problem. We can't really measure that.
Yeah, that's why I was like, like it depends.
And they also need to press up on the receivers. Don't play this zone crap because that's what the Jets will eat up, in my opinion.
We have an injury. TJ Hawkinson was just helped off the field and went straight to the blue medical tent.
And that guy's on my fantasy team. Brilliant.
But any more final thoughts on this game?
No, we'll be calling it. So
Yeah,
make sure you tune in for that, guys.
Yeah. But I will step out, get myself something to eat, see if I can get a little bit better.
Okay, Patient Zero.
Patient Zero. You know, that would have been also a good name to put in. I don't think Zach Wilson can beat our defense. Just take away the first dream seems like an easy plan for Wink. But I will headline the stream schedule for the rest of the week. Thursday, actually, why am I starting with Thursday? Tomorrow we got the NLCS Game 7. Wednesday we got the Knicks opener. What?
Let's go D-backs.
Yeah, let's go D-backs. We got Celtics Knicks game Wednesday. Thursday we got Thursday Night Football, which is Bills Bucks. Nothing on Friday. Big Blue in the Bronx podcast on Saturday. I'm hoping to have Matt O'Leary on. At least that's the plan as of right now. That me and him are gonna do a little preview segment as we usually do with the opposing content creator. And then Sunday, well, you got 2 streams. You got the call-in show, but also as well, I don't have Ebola, Brad. I'm not bleeding through my eyeballs.
Brad, he actually brought the Zika virus back.
Oh, no.
Oh my God,
Every other, Zika. No, I got the West Nile virus. Yeah, let's start naming every virus ever. But and also again, I know it's going to be unappetizing for some, but it's going to be really fun. I think they'll do a great job. Sir Armand, Angry John, and Luca on Sunday will be calling the Jets game. I will be there in person. Maybe I'll pop in the chat in between different things. And well, Luca, I mean,
Alex, and also I'll tell you this: Alex would be spiteful as hell. He would go in the chat and then he would name the play before we even see it.
Oh, don't do that.
I don't think I couldn't type that fast.
He'd be like, "Okay, this is a pass caught by Darius Slate." And I'd be like, "Oh my gosh." Just funny.
But I was gonna say though, Luca, do you want to maybe headline your experience before I leave? Because you're on the Giants side.
Quick experience. I did see a couple of normal people, as I said in the chat yesterday when you guys were doing the Rise and Rush podcast. The Jets are not pretenders on defense, by the way. I will completely disagree with that. I saw Bob Papa. I saw Matt Ryan and Tiki Barber actually walk past them heading to the elevator to go to the press box. Obviously, I mentioned Joe Shane. I obviously mentioned John Michael Schmitz nearly getting ran over by him. But Giants locker room, I was a little bit confused because we were looking for the press room, and I was actually going to ask Dable a question regarding the lack of play action in the second half and the offensive struggles in the second half, which obviously they could build off of, leading to the Jets. But we actually thought that the locker room would, because there was no, I guess, sign you would call it for the press room for the Giants. It was our first time doing a Giant game, so we went through the press room, not through the press room, the locker room. And I asked the guy, I was like, where's the press room? And is Dable still speaking? He's like, yeah, but I'm pretty sure he's almost done. I'm like, shit. But yeah, it was a good experience. Once again, I obviously mentioned my food reviews, but it was a good experience. Again, it's always good to be at these things, just to point, point the name to the face in real time instead of through the TV.
Yeah. And I know I threw some shade at the beat reporters because, I kind of had this J. Sean Corbin story first, but also I don't like when people come out here and say this, and again, I'm not going to go up to the beat reporter's face and say, hey, this, that, and the other thing. I'm not looking for a fight, but Jordan Ronan this weekend said that anyone who second guesses a 4th down and 1 decision that's like a punt or something is a mouth breather. So I'm a proud mouth breather, everybody. I will proud mouth breather nation. But also, what was that thing, Luca, that he also tweeted about the what's the famous quote? It's not the quote, but it's like the saying.
The fallacy of the predetermined outcome.
Yes, basically saying that Daniel Jones would have won the game if he was in the game. Well, yeah, but also he didn't play.
I can't say that definitively.
So I'll give like a brief. It's not too much to go over. So the Jay Sean Corbin thing, right? Jay Sean Corbin signed with the Giants' active roster today because the Giants are obviously making some moves, whatnot, and they're gonna have a running back probably go on IR. But Pat Leonard reported that he signed with the Giants. Well, guess who had that story first? I did. So that's just my thing. The Giants had their. I had the story first, but again, sometimes the little guy doesn't get credit. With that being said, I will bid adieu for the night, and then I will let these guys handle it. A lot more NBA to come, and some of the other stuff as well. Going to be fun, but I will see. Hopefully, I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll be a little bit better if this medicine kicks in. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Alex. I'm just going to move the format in a little bit. There we
Thank
have it. Just get to a couple of comments before we get into the official NBA. We're going to go over the NBA headlines. I have a tier maker. I have my NBA tier from last year.
They also released the City Edition jerseys. We could go over those too.
True. I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of the Knicks jerseys.
They all suck. They are all bad.
Yeah. I don't. The thing is, like, I love the late 90s, 2000 jerseys from the Knicks. But the fade with the orange and white just did not get me. It was like, no, you didn't do that right. But just to get to a couple comments real quick, Armin says, good night. My confidence in the Giants will be winning if Andrew Thomas is back. Tyrod's been playing well behind a trash line. With Andrew Thomas, he will have more time to throw. Definitely agree. Doesn't he have to give you credit, or do you need press credentials for that recognition? I mean, I don't think so, because our guy Pete, well, I don't know. I'm not totally sure, but it would be the right thing to do, I guess, since like if it was just as John as the Cheez-Its, it would be the right thing to do, because Alex, it's not like it's just some fan posting a prediction. It's a YouTube channel that's saying, I'm close with this guy. I have a source. There you go. I just put it up. I put the source in, I post the news, nobody get credit. So that happens a lot with NYU, but we've got a better movement than the media can bring. But to get to a couple comments, Armin says, field goal good, Vikings lead 22-14. Hawkinson is back in, by the way, so it's going to help my fantasy team out. How many wins do you think the Knicks are going to win? I got 50. I don't know what the over-under is. I have to look that up per BetUS and all that, so we'll get to that. Let me see. Let's see. Know your defense scares me, but I trust my defense to do their job against Zach.
Another Viking just went down.
Was that Addison?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Addison to the locker room. So now Jefferson, Hawkinson, and Addison are all down.
Hawkinson came back though.
They said what happened, his foot got compressed.
Oh.
So they were checking it, maybe a bone, something.
Yeah. So moving towards NBA, we actually get to do a real NBA segment for the first time in a couple of months, dating back to the NBA free agency and the NBA draft. So I thought we're going to start with the headlines first. We're actually going to start off with Brian's team. Our first storyline brought to you by John. Bucks, Damian. No, I actually put this in, but it's still, John helped me out with this. Bucks and Damian Lillard. I put, are those ingredients a success for championship basketball? Brian, your thoughts on the trade? I know you did lose Drew Holiday. You also lost Grayson Allen. Like, how do you think this impacts the Milwaukee Bucks, your team?
And I have to sit up for this.
Yes.
All right.
This is your time.
So how do I put this in a good light? The one thing that took a hit, obviously, was the defense. And that's what we were afraid of. And what's scary with Milwaukee, and the reason why this trade happened, which a lot of people don't know, which I had to do a lot of research to figure this out. But
okay,
one of the big factors behind this trade wasn't because we needed Giannis to resign and stay with us, which he did today. 3 years, 180+ million extension. He's going to make like $62 million a year. And here's where it gets interesting with us. The reasoning was Middleton, believe it or not.
Really?
Because of the Middleton injury last year. So what happened is the reason why Middleton was so important to us because he was one of the big factors in our scoring. Him and Giannis together could put up a 60-piece combined, and they would be fine. And he was going to give you 40% from three. You were going to get a lot of good shooting from him. You could rely on him. He got hurt. He missed at least half the season at minimum. Came back towards the tail end, got really cold. He was shooting 10% lower than his average. I forget if it was like somewhere between 7 and 10% below his average, but he wasn't himself.
Right.
And when you got to the postseason where it mattered the most with him in the playoffs, he couldn't show up. He showed up, I think, for one game, and that was it. And that was when Giannis was out. But nevertheless, I'm going to ask you guys a really good question.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think the Bucks defense was ranked last year?
Good question. I'll let John answer that first because I'm going to create the banner real quick.
Okay. See what he says.
Now, I don't actually know the answer, but I'm going to take a stab and say 17th. Throw a number out there.
You're going to say 17th. Okay. Mm-hmm. You want to go off points allowed, rebounds, what you want to focus on? Points allowed?
Points allowed.
Oh, I'm going to get in my guess, and I'm going to go 8th.
14th in points allowed defensively. So the defense was about average.
Yeah.
Here's where things were very good for us. What did the rebounds look like? Where do you think we ranked as a unit?
You had Brook Lopez. You have Giannis, who's a strong rebounder.
Don't forget Bobby.
You have Bobby Portis off the bench. Mm-hmm. I'm going to say 4th, maybe just throw it out there.
First.
Okay.
Sorry, I cut you off. My bad.
I was going to say top 5. I remember they were a really good team, but I just didn't remember where.
We were first. And in terms of our scoring last year, we were 8th. Now, when you hit the postseason, right, the 2022-2023 postseason, offensively, we were doing our job. We were scoring the points we needed. Not an issue. I mean, we were averaging 118, almost 119 points per game in 5 games played. We were fine. The defense, on the other hand, we were dead last. We couldn't stop them in any category. Middleton offered some kind of defense. With Lillard, we know he's not the best defender. We know that. He's not. But what it does is we needed somebody who we could rely on to score. Now, Drew's biggest issue was he was one of the best catch and shoot threes there was, but he was an inconsistent scorer.
Yeah.
You couldn't ask of him, hey, listen, Giannis needs a little bit of a break tonight. Is there any chance you could really pick up the load as the main facilitator? He could try, but the best he was going to give you was like 21, 22.
Yeah.
Couldn't really give you the breakaway you needed. When you have a breakaway offensive guy like Lillard, you can trust that, a guy who could really run an offense.
Yes.
Last time they didn't have that. And I'll tell you this because I'm going back to as far back as I can remember watching Milwaukee basketball. I was back when we had first drafted Malcolm Brogdon. That's probably the earliest I can remember the guard play. Like vividly remember every single play. And that was, I believe, probably the 3rd or 4th season we had Giannis, 3rd or 4th. So at that point, we had him. We needed a stronger guard because our guard play was not good. We went for Eric Bledsoe. Bledsoe couldn't run offense. Bledsoe couldn't score. He was terrible. Defensively, he was a liability. Brogdon was the better player. Our GM got rid of the wrong guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then we were stuck with Bledsoe another season. So then they made that blockbuster trade where they sent Bledsoe to New Orleans. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. We got Drew. We knew Drew could run an offense. We knew he had the defense to help us. And our defensive ratings were up. We were doing really, really well. And now we hit a point where Drew's scoring was starting to take a dip. And I'm guessing Giannis wasn't happy because it's great that Drew won us a title. And I'm always going to be grateful. Drew was the reason we won the finals, and it's never forgotten. But we just needed something more reliable and consistent offensively. We needed to make Giannis happy and make it look competitive. Drew was not going to make us competitive on the offensive side of the ball. We want to prove that we are the team to watch this year. And we can score no matter who you stop. And our bench is one of the deepest benches in basketball, and we've talked about that for years. It doesn't get enough credit. And this year, although we seem like we lost a lot of people, right? I'm sure you guys think we lost a good amount, right?
Possibly. I mean, as I said, you lost Grayson Allen and you lost Drew Holiday, but I can't really think. You still have Pat Connaughton. You still have Bobby Portis.
Yes, we do.
Still.
As of right now, this would be our starting 5 unofficial. Damian Lillard at the 1. Malik is our shooting guard. Middleton at the 3. Giannis at the 4. Brook at the 5. But here's how deep our bench goes. The immediate follow-ups behind them. Cameron Payne is the backup to Damian Lillard.
Yet.
Pat Connaughton behind Malik Beasley. Marjon Beauchamp in his 3rd season with Milwaukee, who apparently in one-on-ones beat Giannis and Damian Lillard. The man is fighting for a starting spot. He's the backup to Middleton. The man can shoot and he can really drive. He's very good. Jay Crowder is the backup to Giannis. And Bobby Portis is the backup to Brook.
You guys barely used Crowder last year.
And this year that's got to change. Apparently the plan is
Griffin.
Griffin's going to change it up. We have a very deep bench and it's overlooked. The other guys you can note here, AJ Green, Ty Washington Jr., Lindell Wigington, and Robin Lopez, and also Thanasis, which Robin and Thanasis I could give 2 craps about, honestly. I don't know how either one is on this team right now. But regardless, you guys saw what those backups looked like. That's a deep
It is.
bench. We can do so much with this offense. And defensively, it's not bad either. Beasley's not a bad defender. Jay Crowder's a great defender. Giannis is a great defender. Beauchamp can defend. You see it with Middleton's average. Brook Lopez was in conversation for Defensive Player of the Year last year.
I thought he should have won.
I did too, but it didn't happen. So can't control that.
Jaren Jackson.
Bobby Portis, one of the most balanced players we have on the team. Plays good offense, plays good defense. I mean, we have everything we need here to succeed. It's now just about, in his first year, what can Adrian Griffin do? That's what it's down to. Do I have the expectation we're going to the final? If I'm being from a fan perspective biased, of course I think we're going to go back. But if I'm being from the unbiased, analytical everything, no. The only team that poses a threat to Milwaukee is Boston. I don't think Miami's got what it takes this year. I don't think Miami has what it takes. I think Philly has already got enough things they're worried about with James Harden making a scene and Joel Embiid rumored to be wanting to go to New York. Like there's just so much going on that they got drama. They can't put out enough fires and they can't keep up with it. There's a new one sprouting up every day.
Right.
So they're worried about their own thing. If there's teams who could sneak up on us and try to do some damage, it's Cleveland is one, I think. Cleveland's a team to watch. And also in the East, I like the Pacers. I don't think the Pacers could crash on the Bucks.
Right.
And I'm also a little nervous for New York, actually. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm actually nervous about the Knicks. Only because when I look at their team, I actually think this is a team that could finish in the top 4 over Philly.
Right.
Again, we look through you guys. Brunson, Grimes, Barrett, Randall, and Robinson is the projected starting 5.
You also got IQ, Josh Hart, Dante DiVincenzo, who obviously you know very well.
Yes, I do.
Bench.
Very good defender.
But I just want to add, I actually think the Bucks are the better team out of the East. I would actually say that they're the best. I would actually pick them to win not to win the finals, but to win the Eastern Conference. Because I'm not the Celtics added some nice pieces, but they also lost Malcolm Brogdon. They also lost Robert
They got
Williams.
rid of a lot of things, yeah.
They also lost Grant Williams, and they added Kristaps Porzingis, who is injury prone. He's a good player, but he's injury prone. They also have Al Horford, who possibly could man down the center position, but he's still old. So that's a question in itself. Now,
Almighty has a good point. He said you guys needed size. Big time. You guys definitely did need size.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason behind that is, you go against this lineup. We saw what happened when you guys played Miami.
Yeah.
Man was bullying everybody. Bad. And you need somebody to show more muscle this year. So the answer is Robinson better be prepared to take guys down and be aggressive. He's got to be prepared for that. None of this, passive aggressiveness where it's maybe this time, he's coming a little harder. Let me lighten up a little bit and try to draw a foul. No, let's not do that. Your answer is you're going to go to the net, you're going to contest, and you're going to be physical. Same thing goes for the rebounds. Again, you guys weren't a bad rebounding team at all. You guys were tied for second in rebounds per game. You guys were tied for second. You guys were really good. What it comes down to for you now is defensively. We need to see better defensive play from your guards. That's what I want to see. It. Your guards have to play better on defense. And Brunson, I'm not worried about with that. I'm worried with Grimes.
You're worried. Hold on a second. You're worried about Grimes? He's actually one of the
no. He's our best perimeter defender other than McBride.
That's what I'm thinking of. So I get them mixed because last year was like interchangeable.
McBride's also a very good defender, but it's
I said McBride's the best, and then Grimes is second right behind him.
I don't know. I mean, those two were. I'm sure you guys are right. I'm just.
Are you talking about RJ's defense?
In tune with the Knicks as I am. I should. Yeah. I'm not as in tune with the Knicks as I should be. What I will say is IQ is going to have a lot of pressure on him this year because again, he didn't get his contract.
Yeah, that's
he's in the RFA after the year. He's got to prove himself. It's just like what the Yankees did with Aaron Judge. It's a prove it deal. Do it, you get the deal you want. Don't do it, you're not getting it, and you can go anywhere else you want. If he plays insanely well, he's going to earn the contract. So he's got a chip on his shoulder to play well off the bench and be the guy they need. You want him to be a six man. That's what you need. You need a real six man like him. You need him to be the six man. Now, you also got here on your bench, I see Jericho Sims. Sims I wasn't a fan of last year. Not at all.
Sims has potential, but he's
okay.
And I agree with Almighty. I think you guys might make a mid-season trade.
This for the record. I originally thought we were going to move into the Celtics, but I guess we can move it to the Knicks because Brian brought it up. Let's see. We'll just bring it in right now. But the problem I have with the Knicks is like there are people who are defending this, and like they're I'm sure they're the experts and the gurus. The Knicks did not actually bring in a backup power forward, which is a little concerning because I'll tell you this much. They're like Tom Thibodeau, his plan, he said essentially like his plan for small ball situations is to run Josh Hart at the 4.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Hart, listen, I'm all for small ball basketball and all that. Josh Hart at the 4, he's not like an adequate shooter. He's okay. He's not great. He's not a shooter, quote in terms. And he said if the Knicks want to go big, you're going to have a front court of Isaiah Hartenstein and Jericho Sims. They don't shoot the basketball. That's really good for defense. They don't shoot the basketball. That's the problem. And the paint's going to be clogged, and we're going to have the same issue as last year, lack of shooting. DiVincenzo is essentially in the Obi role for defense. And he's a better defender than Obi, better shooter than Obi, better playmaker than Obi, better rebounder than Obi, better finisher. But we don't have that stretch 4. And I was banging on the table for a stretch 4 this offseason. They cut Isaiah Roby. Now he's back, but I don't think he's going to have a valuable role. So that's one of my concerns with the Knicks is that backup 4 position. And people like, well, what backup 4 are you really scared of? But we know Tom Thibodeau, he plays his guys a lot of minutes.
Right. Going to the Knicks, you look at this team, right? And you mentioned obviously not much changes from the offseason, right? We have a pretty almost near similar team, except for the Dante DiVincenzo signing, who'll probably be in our rotation, probably as a backup, obviously. Because obviously you got Brunson and Grimes as your start. You got Brunson, Grimes, Barrett, Randall, and Robinson, same 5 as last year, expected. You got 3 of the same bench pieces, Quickly, Hart, and Hartenstein. Nothing changes there, and then DiVincenzo's your only guy. Then you may mix in some guys like Fournier or McBride or Sims or whoever the case may be for that. And the one thing I did want to talk about briefly was the Emmanuel Quickly. They did not come with an extension, so next year he is a restricted free agent. And I'm kind of in the agreement when Brian says, I feel the Knicks will take a step back this year, just a little bit, because I think it's a make it or break it year. I don't know if they're going to, don't get me wrong, I still think they're going to be a playoff team.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I just don't think they're going to reach everyone's expectations because I want them to be at least an Eastern Conference final team. But
yeah, that's the hope.
I mean, that's the hope, but I don't know if they're going to reach it. I could see them winning another playoff series, but, they could get, depending on the matchup wise. But
that's probably their max, if you want to be honest, winning a playoff series.
Yeah, and I'm just like that sort of satisfies me, but not really. I want to see them do better.
I'll tell you this, John. I agree with you. Everything pretty much you said. I think I think the Knicks are going to be top 6 seed. They're not going to be 4 or 5. They
I think they'll be
most
top
likely will be
6.
6. They'll be top
Right.
6 as a 6 seed.
Um,
My thing is real quick. I just want to mention. I think they're more so betting on internal growth. Now, if you want my honest opinion, RJ has to step it up this year after what he did in the playoffs. He played really well, but he has to, build off of that. I mean, he still has inconsistencies in his game. I did not like how the Knicks did not extend Emmanuel quickly because now you're taking it now, obviously with the listen, he didn't play well in the playoffs last year. I get that he was also hurt. I know some people use that excuse for Julius Randle, whatever, but he is. You picked him 25th in the first round of 2020. 25th. There's not many players you could say that. Well, this guy pans out to be a 6-man role. That's a guy you stuff at the end of your bench, technically.
Right.
You trade elsewhere.
Mhm.
You ought to do the guy justice. Who I would say he was. I thought quickly should have been not rookie. I'm sorry,
6-man
of the year.
We both did.
We both said it. I don't know if Brian agrees with me or disagrees with me, but I thought he should have won 6-man of the year. You could argue that his impact was bigger than Brogdon's. We broke it down on the Knicks show and all of that, but it's just like if there's two things here, unless Emmanuel quickly really wanted like absurd money, then that's understandable, but you're really risking Emmanuel quickly having a really good season, which I think he'll continue to get better, and having to outbid all these other teams that are going to be restricted free agency because somebody's going to pay him.
I'll be honest here.
Okay.
And what I think this actually means, I think this is going to be a showcase here for Quickly.
Okay.
I'm not like the guy who wants to, but looking for the future of this team, because I don't want Julius Randle on this team. It's either him or Barrett, and I'm leaning to keeping Barrett over Randle. That's just because Barrett was a consistent playoff performer as opposed to Randle.
Absolutely right.
And I'm thinking, you know what? If you're the GM here, you're gonna need to package someone with Randle. So I think it's looking like it's gonna be Quickly. And Almighty even says, I would trade IQ. His trade value is high right now. No, it is like extremely high.
Honestly, John, I don't disagree at all with what you said. He could very well be a trade chip.
If you package someone, him and Randle, like you can get a pretty penny in return, whether it be your 4, whether it be another
And
guard.
he got a lot of draft picks too.
You could. I mean, it depends how strong this draft class is for the 2024 year. But then again, also, you kind of want someone who's going to step in and win right now.
Of course.
So I don't know who would be on the block as of right now, but you got to look a year from now.
Of course, next year is a pivot. This year's a pivotal year for internal growth. Next year is when you go say, you know what, we're going to go all in for it.
And I truly believe that's what's going to happen. Almighty saying IQ and RJ for Ingram. Well, I'd rather keep on to RJ than Randle. I know RJ.
I love Brandon Ingram, but
he's also not he wouldn't be a 4 if they.
He's more of a 3.
3. I mean, personally, I'd rather just like I get it. Randle's a better scorer, and his ceiling's probably higher, but the low is too low for me at times.
Yeah.
Like he gets in his head too much, too many turnovers, sometimes bad shot selection.
Not smart basketball. His IQ is questionable at times.
Yeah. And for me with Barrett, the issue is like the offensive issues are really glaring. But at least he's like, I feel he's a better defender than Randle. I feel his IQ is a little higher. So you know what? I'll take that. You package IQ and Randle. Maybe you get a Joel Embiid. Maybe you get I'm just. I'm not
I know. You're just throwing out the scenarios.
I know you because you threw out the name earlier, or Brian did. But maybe you offer a package for one of these stars. So again, that's maybe a conversation, especially for next offseason. But I do think we're still a playoff team.
Of course,
I still think we're really good defensively. We're a good rebounding team, like Brian said. My issue on offense. The hero ball, Luka,
the ISO ball. Yes,
Luka might have even talked about it more than me last year.
No, Randle, stop playing ISO.
It's you know what? I'll just say this: it's not even just Randle. To be fair, there's no structure. They don't run set plays. They don't. There's not. I will say it. How many times until I'm blue in the face? There is not enough ball movement. There is not enough off ball movement for guys like Grimes and DiVincenzo. Well, future DiVincenzo, obviously, because he's yet to play a regular season game. Josh Hart, Grimes, DiVincenzo, guys who could cut to the basket, could do a lot of off-ball motion. There was not enough of that last year.
Not
Enough of that.
Not even close. And I think that's the
that's a Thibodeau question mark.
No, literally. That's my biggest question. But you know what? If Tibbs gets like to an Eastern Conference, like if we have another good season under Tibbs, and we somehow even exceed our expectations, I'm willing to give him a contract extension. I'd be willing to do it. But this is the year. This is the year where he's got to show, all right, defying all odds here. You know, we got the same lineup. I'm going to show everyone that my system works and we're going to be better than expected. That's what he's got to show.
Yeah, he's got a big step up from RJ. Big time.
I completely agree, Brian. I completely agree. I even said, building off the playoff performance where he played really well for the most part, he's got to build off of that.
Right.
You're not being paid $30 million for no reason.
Right.
And you're right. I know there's some skeptics out there who will argue, you know, why he got paid that $30 million before an all-star team, before getting an all-star team. That's a separate conversation. This is a question too. Why is Fournier still on the team? That's
he's like a fourth stringer at this point.
Luka,
he doesn't want to be there. They don't want to play him.
Luka,
there's no sense of him being on the team still.
Do I even
no sense to me?
Just cut him.
Do I just point. Do it like? Do you want? Should we just replay last year's videos? How many times did I say it? Get Frenchie off the team.
He's a man on skates on defense. I rarely see like the shooting. Like again, he played. I don't know how. I'll be honest with you. I don't know how he played in preseason because I didn't watch all of the games and I could honestly care less. Fournier should have been gone. Like at the end of last year, you know, during the summer this year. Like I'm wondering what is the holdup because the Spurs were interested in Evan Fournier. You could have done like a Fournier Doug McDermott swap, and
I'll give you Fournier for Victor Wembanyama. Take it or leave it.
Take it.
But, you could have done like we played around with the trade machine. We could still do that, obviously, but we could have traded for Doug McDermott as an option as a backup four. That wouldn't have been so bad. And Nick Fournier's on expiring contract. I think Doug McDermott as well. So that's still a question in my eyes. That's still a question. That's an L in the front.
I feel like if I won't waste any more time on talking about Frenchie, I'm gonna pop a blood vessel through my because it's like how many times do I gotta say it?
Fournier in training camp was like, well, fuck yeah, man, I could play. I want to show this team I could play. I'm like, you got to be better defensively.
Who is he telling that? Us or himself?
Or is he telling the other teams?
Yeah.
Listen, just send him to some rebuilding team. And
sure.
I doubt the Knicks would send Fournier to the Pistons for Bojan Bogdanovic, who was John's dream trade in terms of a backup four. I mean, the man could put 20 points per game up in a pinch, meaning Bogdanovic. But
I think I said that months ago. I think I said that in like.
There's a couple guys you could still invest in that are free agents. I mean, the only guy I got right now that you could invest in as a big, I mean, obviously not somebody you want, but might be the best option left. About JaMychal Green.
He's the name I mentioned. He was a name I mentioned as a backup four.
Not a bad option, but I mean, in terms of just getting rid of Fournier, just get his contract off the books. That's what it's like.
3-and-D defense. That's what Green is. But yes, to John's point, Fournier. I would trade Fournier for Hield.
It'll never happen.
Oh, sure.
I mean, Hield's a very good player. He's not a good defender. He's a good shooter. But again, you re-enlist the theory that you are too guard heavy. Because quickly, a guard, Hart, a guard that also can play forward. DiVincenzo, a guard. Hield, a guard for the most part. I could double check what his main position is, but he's not very good on the defensive side. So that's obviously a little bit of concern. He's a small forward primarily. So unless again, that would reinforce, quickly DiVincenzo, Hart, Hield. That's a 4-guard lineup. That's a 4-guard lineup right there. And that's not exactly ideal. Like I get small ballism, but Again, Tibbs likes the guys who play defense, and I don't think Buddy Hield is going to match that. I like Hield as a shooter. That's not my problem. But it's the defense.
Well, don't worry. I'm coming up with some trade theories for you guys. You want to get rid of Fournier, you got to add a big, right?
Yeah, back a big. I wouldn't have no problem adding.
Okay, back up big.
I'm gonna give you some of the Kraft is my favorite site to use with these scores while Brian searches.
I'm using Fanspo.
What's that?
I'm using Fanspo for the trade machines.
Okay. That's what I use, honestly.
Okay.
Versatility, he's ranked in the 99th percentile. He's very good with fouls. He doesn't foul a lot. But the rim frequency is average, 62 percentile. Rim defense, 71 percentile. Defensive rebounds, 19th percentile. Deflection, 70th percentile. So it's either average or slightly below average.
Honestly, the Celtics wouldn't be an option because they have a very small lineup for the most part.
They're also in our
trading in conference.
Take a look. Obviously, that means you're not going to trade with Brooklyn.
Right.
No.
Let's see Detroit. Let's check Detroit. Let's see if they got anything.
Oh, I know I mentioned Bogdanovich.
What about Bagley?
No.
I'm not a
you
fan.
You said a backup big.
True. To play the four is like that stretch shooter because this team could.
But he's not that good of a shooter either.
Stretch shooter. Okay.
I'm not a Bagley.
I mean, they got Joe Harris, but he really doesn't play defense. It's another scorer.
He's more of a 3, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. I'll keep looking though. Let me see what else we got. Other teams. You wouldn't trade with the Cavs, right?
I don't think so, unless they have something to offer. But those are two contending teams right there.
I mean, if it's Cavs, I mean, they wouldn't trade a Coro.
No, they're not giving us.
Coro's not a shooter either.
What about Niang?
They're not giving us. They're not.
Hold on a second. You said Georges Niang?
Yeah.
I think he just got with Cleveland, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
he left the Sixers. So this is his first year with the Cavs.
Well, then we'll see what he does midseason. Chicago's another team. Let me see what they got. Chicago, they got Torrey Craig.
Sure.
A guy I
Torrey Craig is
the offseason
basically
Torrey
a 2-3 flex.
Me and John literally banged the table. Torrey Craig. I was like, please sign him as the backup four.
We had him in Milwaukee. He was part of that championship team. We loved having him.
Torrey Craig.
Let's take a look.
I was like, get this guy to be the backup four. I have no problem with him.
See if Denver would trade with you.
What do they have to offer? I know they just extended Zeke and Najee, but he barely.
And I think Porter just got extended too, didn't he?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so that doesn't work either. Okay, wow, they're really making it noted that they just won't trade anybody. Let's check the Mavericks. Check the Mavericks.
Their backup four is Grant Williams, who they just traded for.
Yeah, they're not going to get rid of him.
Okay, so then they're not going to trade anybody. Hornets. Anybody go in the Hornets?
Oh,
You're not bringing Gordon Hayward back, no.
You know, I would have said if he accepted a lesser role, PJ Washington. If he accept, again, the parentheses, if he accepts a lesser role.
Check Atlanta.
If he could put
Sadiq Bey would be an option.
Yes, I said him last year. Sadiq Bey, there was someone.
Sadiq Bey would be one.
Yeah, he did not get extended by Atlanta. He's a good 3-point shooter, a good 3-and-D guy. He's a 6'7" power forward. So I guess he's a little tall.
Bey can play.
I can live with that,
4.
honestly. I could live with a lineup that has Sadiq Bey at the 4.
Otherwise, I mean, what are the other options? You guys definitely aren't going to go with the Okongwu.
No, he just got extended.
Yes,
exactly. You couldn't go with DeAndre Hunter.
He's not coming off the bench. He's a good play. I like Hunter. He's not coming off the bench.
Yeah, sorry.
That's how I felt. You're not trading with the Warriors, I don't think, right? No.
I don't think so. I'm not
sure.
sure.
If I go through everything you've got,
unless you somehow trade for Jonathan Kuminga, but he had a down year last year.
And you wouldn't trade for Looney. Looney's like a 4-5.
Yeah, he's more of a 5.
I mentioned Sarge was a name to watch in the free agency, and he went there.
I don't oppose Sarge, but again, he left in free agency, so he's not going to get traded immediately.
No. Rockets.
I don't think they have much to add. It's a mix of young talent and.
I would have said Jayshawn Tate. Jayshawn Tate would have been an option, but he's only 6'4" for a small forward, so that's not good.
Yeah.
He needs size. Who do you want? The aging Jeff Green?
You know what?
Yeah.
I wasn't
It's not
exactly
a horrible
opposed-
option.
I wasn't exactly opposed to that idea. In the offseason, I was like, you know what? Jeff Green is a backup four playing defense and still can move, gives us a stretch four ability. I was not
If
opposed to
Reggie
that.
Bullock, that would have been my guess. Reggie Bullock would have been. Wait, wasn't he with New York already?
Yes, he was with us for 2 years.
Yeah, that
And to
not
be
taking
honest,
it.
he's fell off a cliff since then.
Yeah, we're not taking him back.
check Pacers. I'm checking the Pacers.
I got to go
just
put
to
this
see.
back. Sorry.
Got you.
Pacers obviously have some things here that you could look
Yeah,
at.
they have
Aaron Naismith would be one to watch.
Neesmith just got extended for 3 years.
Can't be Jalen Smith. I don't think you would go for Jalen. You know what you need? You need a real defensive weapon like Obi Toppin. Clearly
Good.
kidding.
Did we have that guy? Oh wait, we did. As Brian looks through,
I don't know. I never saw him on the court.
Yeah. Are you crazy? You don't want Kuminga? No, I was just throwing out there a suggestion.
We're just throwing out names. Like I'm
Yeah.
going to throw out the name Nicholas Batum, but they don't care about that guy.
I would trade for Batum, but it's again, he was the starter for the Clippers, so I can't say.
34, 6'8". I mean, you're talking about a rotational guy. Covington would be an option. Rocco.
Covington, another guy I wanted.
Rocco's an option.
Perfect as a backup four.
Yeah, I was like,
Defensive, played under Tibbs in Minnesota. Absolutely.
Yeah, so keep an eye on a couple of those names. You could trade with the Clippers for that. You give them Evan Fournier. They could always use another guard, right?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know their
it
depth chart. I know
depends how many games Kawhi and George play.
exactly.
Lakers, they said Vanderbilt, but I think Vanderbilt's just got a
Vanderbilt's
contract
a Laker,
too,
and I
right?
don't think he's much of a shooter. He's more of a defender.
Yeah, Christian Wood just went over there, so that can't be possible. I would have told you guys he was a great
Woof.
option.
Woof, woof, woof. Almighty
Christian-
wanted Bradley Beal as a Knick.
Wait, what?
I wanted Bradley fucking Beal on the Knicks. Woof.
No.
I have questions if that
In the past, I definitely did want Beal.
Now that's a guy you should have gone after right there. Torian Prince.
I mean,
Torian
we
Prince is
know,
another guy
John,
we're
we know well. He put up 30 points on the Knicks last year. You remember that game?
I would say, yeah. I actually I would like him.
Torian would be really good. Let's see anybody else here that I can name here that actually is like interesting. Oh no, they wouldn't trade him. Oh nope, he's young. They wouldn't do it.
Who?
Lofton Jr., Memphis.
Oh yeah, no, they're not getting
No,
rid of
they're
him.
not trading him. But the problem is, do any of these teams want to pay?
No,
him
that's
$17 million?
like it's like pointless to even like have this damn convo because nobody wants to take his stupid $17 million.
They need
on the
the
book.
thing is, you need to trade assets for that contract.
Right, you have to trade like a pick.
So Grimes has to go.
What happened?
No, I'm not.
I know. I'm kidding.
Random fact, Alex says Tariq Prince once viewed the Big Blue in the Bronx story. Instagram story. That's interesting. Yes, but they would never.
I mean, almighty. That would be
No, that would never. That's not happening.
Sure, I'll take Lou Dort. You guys could have Frenchie.
Well, let me look at the Pelicans real quick. I think there was a guy in here I was actually interested in. I think. Let me see. No. This guy got extended. Nope, take it back. I was gonna say Herb Jones, but I think he just got an extension too.
Yep.
OKC, is it actually doable though? I want to see. I actually want to see if it works.
They're not ever.
We're
gonna
not
trade
trading Lou Dort.
Lou, come on, Brian. Don't be.
He didn't have the best year last year. Don't
Oh,
start.
Brian.
He's a part of their young core, Brian. He's a part of their young core. One of the best defensive wings across NBA. I would definitely trade for Dort, but not in a million years are they going to take Fournier. The only players I want from the Pelicans are Ingram and Trey Murphy. I like Trey Murphy. He is hurt as hell. But they're not trading either of them.
No.
Would you make a trade with Milwaukee?
For Jay Crowder, yes.
I'll take.
We'll give you one of the Antetokounmpo brothers.
No.
Oh.
I was gonna say Giannis, but okay.
I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Today, you liar.
Be honest there.
You think we're dumb?
No. I don't
But
think
Jay
so.
Crowder, I even asked for Jay Crowder last year. I'm like, have him at the backup four position. He would.
I mean, we've already made it very clear we're not trading any of our young guys. Like Marjan, we're not trading him. Marjan is staying. I mean, the other guys we have here is the kid from Kentucky, Chris Livingston, the rookie. And we have another rookie here. I think he's still on the team. Andre Jackson Jr., the guard from UConn.
Yep, who it's been mentioned, obviously, but I think it was Wampag. But any final let me check the over/under. I'm gonna throw out the bet US over/under because I could still bet on this, but I'm choosing not to.
Oh, I got a name. I got it. You need Jonathan Isaac.
Off of injury?
Dude,
I would take a
best
flyer
time
on
to
him.
get him. Best time to get him.
Maybe.
I would take I actually like that idea. I do. I would take that.
Maybe off an injury. Maybe. But that, again, a flyer. Like, there were some Knicks fans who actually wanted Bol. All right,
I'd
so
even take Bol.
The Knicks, by the way, their over/under for wins per bet US is 45.5. You taking the over? You taking the under?
Over.
Gonna take the under and say they win like 44 games, 43 games, like barely under. I think they're just gonna be like the sixth seed.
How many?
Ooh, no hope.
What do you mean no hope? I just called them a
Hopeless
playoff
John.
team.
You said
You clown! I
44.
just said they're a
He's
playoff
talking
team.
about the wins. He's talking about the
I'm
wins.
talking about the wins.
Dude, you know how hard it is to win. How many teams won 45 games?
I said you could win 50. Come on.
The Knicks won 40. Well, for reference, the Knicks won 47 last year.
Right, and that was like a really great season for them.
I'm gonna go push. I'm gonna go push.
He's gonna say
push.
45. Exactly. You see, I don't think they're winning 50 this year.
You know what? Let me back up a little bit. If I said push,
They're going to be over.
45 and a half wins. So I'm going to say, I say they go like 45 wins. It's not going to be that much of a drop off, but they're not going to be like, there's a little more competition this year, especially with teams like, I know they're not going to be in the playoffs, but like Indiana looks somewhat good. Detroit has Monty Williams. I'm also, again, for the record, I'm not saying this for takes. I'm saying this for reality. This would never happen. I would definitely welcome it, Franz Wagner.
Sure.
Weren't we we were the 5th seed last year, so I still think we're top 6. I still think the Knicks should have drafted a player in one of the last 2 drafts. That kind of bothered me a little bit.
You're telling me?
I got something. I got an
Sure.
idea.
What's your idea?
The Kings, Trey Lyles.
Yes, I would definitely trade. He's not as great defensively, but give me a guy who can shoot.
27 years old, too. He's young. Big guy, too. Big.
I'd do it. Yeah, I'd do it.
Let me look up his contract details.
I'll get you his contract stuff right now. This year he's making $8 million.
Yep.
I think I'll be honest, I think it's a new contract though.
I'll see. Let me check out with the Kings real quick on this trade thing.
I think it's a new contract if I'm not mistaken.
It says SI.
SI.
Salary increase. 2-year deal.
Okay, yeah, because his last contract was $5 million with $2.5 million as his average. He was traded to he was traded to the Kings in that Marvin Bagley deal.
If you trade Fournier, they'd have to probably find a way to make up the money because Fournier is giving them an extra $10 million on top of that because of what he's making.
You have to throw in some filler salary. Passed on Jalen Williams also. We drafted Duran and we fucking traded him. I was actually a proponent for drafting Jalen Duran. Not that I was against keeping Mitchell Robinson, but you know what, Duran, it kind of just excited me.
I think you could trade Duarte. They could trade him over to you.
Duarte just got traded to the Kings, so I don't think that's happening. I like Duarte though, but he had a bad year.
I mean, everything else is pretty low money. I mean, you're talking JaVale McGee, who just showed up there.
Ugh.
Kessler Edwards is not getting traded.
No, he's not even he's not even like an impact player.
Davion Mitchell would be an option, but I don't think they do that either.
I'm looking more for 4s. I doubt the Nets at this stage would trade Darian Finney-Smith.
Yeah,
I would welcome that.
Probably not happening.
A lot of Knicks fans were high on Johnny Davis due to his trash. I was actually a proponent of him too. Obviously, I think it was the same draft as Grimes, but Davis, the problem with him, he lacked outside shooting. He had athleticism. Finishing through contact was an issue. So there was a reason he was in the G League last year. Maybe he was last year's draft, not so much the year prior. So we got some other. I'll tell you this: we got some other headlines to cover. So, any final thoughts on the Knicks?
No, I think it's simple. I think you guys aren't a bad team. I think you guys will be fine. I'm not too worried about this year for you guys. I think you guys are the only one of the few teams that can threaten us in the East. Really is the only team. I think Cleveland, and Boston might be the only threats.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Sixers whatsoever.
Trash.
Can we trade Fournier for Anthony Black? Well, we don't need a point guard. We got too many guards.
You need forwards.
Yeah, if we need that backup power forward. I've been screaming for months, but I've been told I'm wrong. Just to go over some other headlines. What do we think about the Ja Morant-less Grizzlies? Not to mention they just lost Steven Adams for the year.
I'll start on this one. You know what? It's going to be a tougher task for the Grizzlies here because obviously you got off the court stuff with Ja Morant, which dates back to last year because he couldn't stop waving the gun around like a clown. Yeah. So we all know about that. Then obviously Clark is out too. You forgot about him.
Yep.
And Steven Adams, obviously, was it an MCL? What was the injury?
It was. What would you say was a knee season-ending knee surgery? I'm gonna look up the specifics on the injury right now.
I think they said it was a complication involving his knee in the recovery, and then they had no choice but to get the surgery to fix it.
Right. So, nevertheless, with Adams there, I did a little research this morning, right? So he was an 8-11 guy, right? Obviously, he's one of the better screen men in the NBA, one of the stronger guys in the league. But with and without him in the lineup, everything drops. So offensive rebounding, total rebounding, defensive rating, net rating, everything drops significantly without him. So obviously he's so valuable to that team, and it really hurts their toughness and identity because now you got three of your starters pretty much. Clark is a starter, correct? I'm not.
Clark would have started.
He would have started.
I think he would have. He's usually a bench piece.
Yeah, but I think we could officially say he would have started this year. That's three guys that are already down with injury, and then you look at what's left, and it's really not pretty because you got. I mean, they brought in Smart. I mean, I feel like he's an average point guard in my opinion. Like a total.
I don't think him. I'll be honest, John. I don't even think of him as a point guard. I think he's a wing defender, shooting guard.
Yeah, wing defender. I mean, Desmond Bane's solid, and then you have Jaren Jackson. But now, Tyler Williams is going to start. Xavier Tillman's going to start. You got Luke Kennard on the bench, and it's just like you look at the roster now with those three injuries, and I'm like, yeah, they're not. I don't know if they're making the playoffs. I don't think Memphis is a playoff team, right? With just their roster. I think they have a very good coach, but sorry.
Yeah, I'm not. They don't have a lot of shooting, to be fair. They have Kennard, they have Desmond Bane, but that's pretty much it. Zaire Williams is not a plus shooter. Jaren Jackson, I think. Let me look up his percentage from last year. Let me also mention for the record that let me just look up Jackson real quick. Jackson from the three last year shot about 35.5%. So that's around average. They're probably going to start Jackson at center, but the power forward's going to be Xavier Tillman, who's 6'7". It's not going to work.
No, they're screwed because of injury and other nonsense.
I think that what? I'll tell you this: the Memphis Grizzlies are the Toronto Blue Jays of the MLB. I'm sorry, the NBA. Excuse me. But because they have a lot of young talent, and they also have a lot of hype, and then they kind of override that hype. That's my honest thoughts.
It's they're just overrated.
I think so too. Brian, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not even in on the Memphis this year. I wanted to hope that somebody like Derrick Rose could have a resurgence like he did in Minnesota and try to find a way to anchor that offense. And it's not going to happen in that time gone. They got a lot of guys hurt. You're going to have to expect guys like JJJ to come in and just have to anchor. And we both know, I mean, I think all three of us know that's just not possible.
Mm-hmm.
That's not realistic. You know what else isn't realistic? The fact that the Vikings just won.
Yeah, I know.
True.
I'm currently calculating picks as we talk about this.
And I got that pick wrong too, so I'm not happy. Let's see. I'll give you guys the full thing real quick. I'm looking at their roster because that's how I got to understand it.
Okay.
So
in their depth, right?
Not good.
We already know that Mr. Whatever his face is he's out for the first 25 games, right?
John Morant, yes.
Yeah. So Marcus Smart's starting. Desmond Bain is on to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Zari Williams is at the 3. Triple J at 4. Like you said, Tillman is at the 5. They don't have any reliable backups to realistically put behind them. D Rose is behind Smart. Kennard is behind Bain. Conchar is behind Williams. But even he's got a day-to-day. Santi Aldama is the backup to Triple J. And Triple J is the backup to Tillman at the center spot. Other guys they got, Jacob Gilliard, David Roddy, Ken Lofton Jr., Gigi Jackson. Clark is out, as we already know, Brandon Clark. And, what did you guys say about Brandon Clark? You said that he was going to be out for how long?
At least a month.
I saw somewhere the timetable was not defined because he's an Achilles injury.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Woj said. He has no timetable for return because of the torn Achilles back in March.
I'm just saying at least putting up.
It makes you just wonder for a second about one thing. Hate to switch the topic, but it makes you think how miraculous it is that after a month that man was walking on that football field and throwing passes. Makes you wonder.
It does. But any final thoughts on the Josh and Grizzly subject other than we're not buying in?
No.
They're gonna have the number 1 pick. No, I'm kidding. No chance.
I don't think it's going to be that bad. Next up, will Zion bounce back?
To the women or in the game?
That was a good one. Well, you want to talk about Zion and the Pelicans? Okay. And when I say this, like I'm going to say this is very carefully so people don't take what I say out of context. But because Zion Williamson can never stay on the court, he looks like an NBA bust. He does. He has never played it's been 4 seasons already. He's never played a season more than 65 games. Roger, later. He's only played 1 season more than 60 games. The other season, remember, he had a full season in play. Then he had like 2 seasons where he had like 20-something games played. Whether it's because he was injured or they just like held him like because they wanted to make sure he didn't get hurt. Now he's an all-star twice. But the fact that he can't stay healthy is a huge concern because the best availability is the only availability. And you know what? The Pelicans, even with him, they're so deficient because they can't shoot the ball for their life. They had to add Matt Ryan, not the quarterback, but the Lakers. He was on the Lakers last year. Shot 38% with 2.5 3-pointers attempted last year because this team was like 29th in 3-point attempts last year. So they really did struggle. And also Trey Murphy, I believe, is hurt as well.
Yeah,
so
he's hurt.
That is a lot of injuries right now.
That is going to be a disaster if Zion does get hurt again. And for a team that really wasn't like they like what were the Pelicans? Would you call them a bad team last year? Like, I don't think they were good.
They were in the play. They lost in the play, and I believe to the Thunder, if I'm not mistaken.
But like you look at their roster. Obviously, McCollum and Ingram can score. Valanciunas is a good veteran, but like, how much of an impact is he going to really have? Yeah. Brian, you mentioned Herbert Jones, but he's solid enough.
I mean, did you think about Valanciunas or Nance at all?
Well, I mean, Valanciunas and Nance are more, your big men. Really not going to help you out offensively.
Don't sleep on Dyson Daniels.
Can't shoot.
He can't shoot. Another guy. Was he a first-round pick, right?
Believe so.
Yeah.
Alvarado's still on the team though.
Alvarado's really a good defender, in my opinion. I just don't think he's an offensive player, and I think that's going to really hurt the Pelicans this year.
Yeah, Dyson Daniels was a first round pick in 22.
He was, yeah. So, again, I think they have talent on this team. I just don't think they have enough shooting. And if Zion goes down, I don't trust him. I don't.
Fair.
It's like what is this, year 5 now?
Yeah.
Sorry, like someone should look it up. How many games has this man missed?
Probably a crap ton.
Yeah. So,
but I'm not sure if I have. Again, Zion has to, lose some weight, and he has to get his off the field situation situated. The Pelicans aren't a bad team, but they're not exactly good.
Yeah.
But they could use Zion's help, as John was mentioning. But any final thoughts on the Zion headline?
I just
Brian threw
tell
the
him. Do you want me to do it?
No. I said you already threw the best joke. I know you got more.
No, I didn't. Just tell him
to
just make sure you've got somebody outside of his home, making sure he doesn't go out at night.
Yes.
That's actually very
Put
good.
down a curfew on Zion.
Yes, so it's like a
I
bodyguard.
don't care. Put him in a chastity belt. I don't care.
Security guard. But moving on, we're actually going to go into our NBA tier maker.
Right.
Oh, so it's okay to
Zion. What?
No. Charles, I was talking about I said ha with the fat jokes because Becton, obviously had that weight game. Me and John criticized him, but Becton's played well. That's the issue. That's the thing, and he's been available. To be fair, for the Jets.
I've literally made Hamburglar jokes about Becton.
He called him the Hambler. He called him the Hamburglar, and I'll be honest, I was more resistant to criticism about his weight. Like Zion has the off the field issues, the off the court issues, should I say? Mm-hmm. So it's not a matter of splitting. It's not a matter of double standard. It's just how it is.
Yeah,
right.
Things are going better for Becton. Good night, Barbara.
Good night, Barbara.
So I thought we would. Ormond says the Rangers win 11-4 and advance to the World Series.
So happy. I got. Can I go find the clips so we could pull it up on the stream and enjoy it together, or is that not going to be possible because of copyright?
We've shown clips on here before.
I don't know what copyright
maybe it's possible, but I was going to get into our NBA tier maker here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. So I did this last year. We have championship contenders, we have playoff contenders, top 6 playoff contenders in general, play-in contenders, and bottom of the barrel. If there's any category you want me to add or subtract, I can do that, but we've got all teams accounted for. I'll double check. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is 8. So you do 8 times 3. Obviously, it's 24, 25. I might be missing a few teams. Maybe I'm not.
Basketball. I mean, not basketball.
No,
football
I'm not
news. This one's big. Chris Olave just got arrested.
Shit.
Oh, come on. I have him on fantasy. No.
He's in custody for careless driving. He was going 35 miles an hour faster than the speed limit.
Jesus Christ.
It's gonna cost me money. This schmuck is gonna cost me money.
Reckless operation. Reckless operation is. There's only one out of my TV. There's only one out. Is my TV behind?
Probably. I don't know if you guys know, but from where you guys are in the ballpark, again, this is somebody from media perspective. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Some of us here know exactly what we're talking about. The feed that you see directly at the game, like when you're at the game compared to what you're seeing on your TV, there's like about a 60-second delay.
Yeah. It's about a minute.
So whatever you're going to see is like, there you go. But I think the guy who said that thing about 11-4 advance World Series, it's pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, it's guaranteed.
It's because Altuve hit like a homer in the 9th, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So we got all 30 teams here. Any categories, again, if you want me to change any categories, change any names, change the number of categories, but we're just going to rank our teams. We're not going to do like, top 10 teams or anything like that. We're going to rank based on their status across the NBA. So we're going to start off with the Philadelphia 76ers. Are they a championship contender or are they a playoff top 6 contender?
Playoff contender, I would say.
I'm going to
Contenders,
agree.
not the top 6.
I'm going to agree and go with Brian and playoff contender.
Playoff contender top 6?
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Yeah, we'll put him top 6. I was thinking not top 6, but yeah, top 6 works.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll just change this up real quick. Let me just change this up.
Playoff contenders, like low. Why don't you just put low end playoff contenders?
Yeah, I'm going to put like 7 through 10, and then there's between play-in and lottery, like the real mediocre teams. And lottery. Here you go. All right, so next up is the Washington Wizards. Now, they added Jordan Poole through the offseason and Tyus Jones. Kyle Kuzma's still there. He got an extension for whatever reason. They also lost Bradley Beal, which is quite notable. But I don't think they sit well with me.
Playoff contenders, I'm in 7 to 10.
I'm in bottom of the barrel. Like,
You think they're that bad?
I think they're going to be horrible.
They also
really
let me also add they added Bilal Coulibaly through the draft, and they also added Landry Shamet and Danilo Gallinari.
Yeah. They have a lot of good guys there, John. A lot of good guys.
They don't have a number 1 scorer, and they don't have a number 2 scorer.
It's kind of like open season.
Yeah. Bottom of the barrel.
It's anybody's guess.
I guess they're going to experiment early and go with whatever works. But
I
still think they're in a 7 to 10 range. Low 10, basically, like 9 or 10.
They are not a play-in team. They're not a playoff team. They're not.
John, would you say between play-in and lottery?
I would rather compromise and put it there.
I'll compromise.
That's what I would say.
I just think they're an awful team, but you can
shout outs to Mr. Afram. Say goodbye to the
Astros.
Yes, say goodbye to the Astros. What's up, Afram? Hope all is
Tried to do a
well.
Scarface reference. That didn't work.
Yeah, say goodnight to the bad guy. I know what you're talking
about. Say goodnight to the bad guy.
Go on. Atlanta Hawks, a team that went through the play-in, lost in the first round to the Boston Celtics. Now, they didn't I'll double check. I don't think they made any marquee additions. They still have Trae Young. They still have DeJounte Murray, the Clint Capella, DeAndre Hunter, and Sadiq Bey. They did add Patty Mills off the bench. They did add Kobe Buffkin from the draft. Mm-hmm. They also have AJ Griffin, who I like a lot. They're a 7 to 10 range team in front of they're not terrible, but they're like, okay, they'll sneak in.
I say they're a play-in team. I don't really think they did that much to improve.
I'll say bottom of the barrel lottery.
Wait, so you think wait. You think the Wizards are better than the Hawks?
Yeah.
No, get out, Brian. Stop. They're not.
No, come on, Brian. You can't honestly believe that.
You can't.
You're talking about Mr. Trae Young. I don't trust
Trae Young is better than anyone that Washington has.
I don't trust him at all to be a
number 1 scorer. Who's their proven number 1? Kyle Kuzma. Again, I'm not I'll say this. I'm not a huge fan of Trae Young, but Trae Young and DeJounte Murray, I'll take them two over what they have in Washington.
Come on, Brian. Don't even.
I get it.
Make your pick then. I won't say anything. Fine, good.
No. I'm just saying, in general, why do you think that? I get Trae Young and all, but is there anything else you have to support it?
I think there's defensive liabilities. I think there's inconsistency from Trae Young. It's going to continue this year. And DeJounte Murray's got to take the brunt of the load. He's not a guy that gives you 20 a piece every single night, and I don't think he's going to do that this year, or 25 even.
I agree with your reasoning, but that doesn't mean the Wizards are better than them.
I don't think they're that.
I think the Wizards are going to do better than people believe. I think they're going to overperform the expectations.
Of what? Not being last?
I'm telling you, terrible. I wouldn't sleep on the Wizards. I've been watching them like a hawk. I don't think they're going to be that bad.
I think they are. I think they're in a world of lack of identity, not a number 1 scorer, just lack of talent.
I get it. The Wizards have talent. They could be a surprise. I'm just not impressed with their scoring. Yes, Tyus Jones is a solid backup point guard. Now he's going to be starting. You have Jordan Poole, who's going to be in a bigger role. Maybe he gets better under new coaching. But the problem with Jordan Poole is I would say he's an average defender, but he's also a bit of a shot chucker too. It's the inefficiency.
Maybe he gets some benefit being in a new scenery where he could actually try and be that focal point.
I'm not
guard.
disagreeing with you. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. It's it's just your benefits
I'm
and
being optimistic with Washington. I'm being optimistic.
It's fair.
Freaking
Listen,
Brad. Brad's going nuts.
Yeah,
Brad-
he's baking a friggin'
and he's
birthday.
also throwing John under the bus for saying he doesn't think.
Brad, be quiet. Your team just lost, and it's past your bedtime.
Yeah, your team lost.
Oh my gosh.
But I still think the Hawks are a play-in contender. They're going to be 7-10 in my
think
personal
playing's
opinion.
fair.
Just going to leave it as is. Next up, the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Ooh, Cavs, good team last year.
They just added Strus. They also added Georges Niang.
I'd say they're playoff contenders, probably right there with the Sixers. in that
Yeah,
same year.
yeah. So I think they're playoff contenders too. Brian, what do you say?
And this is obviously the Cavs.
Cleveland Cavaliers.
I was saying I'm thinking they're high on the playoff contender top 6. I don't think they're in the championship contender realm, but they're in the playoff contender top 6.
I think we universally agree.
Universal.
Because, in my opinion, Darius Garland had somewhat of a good playoffs last year, with obviously in that series against the Knicks. Mobley did not have a good series, neither did Jared Allen. I'm throwing them in the top 6 until they play better otherwise.
Yeah, I agree.
Moving on, we have the Detroit Pistons. Now, they have some young talent. They just drafted, I believe it was Asar Thompson. They also have Cade Cunningham returning off of injury. They have Bogdanovich, who could be probably in a starting role, Isaiah Stewart, Jalen Duren. It's a mishmash, honestly. They have Monte Morris and Killian Hayes as well, Alec Burks.
A lot of talent, but
Bottom of the barrel. Bottom
yeah.
of the barrel.
You could probably say bottom of. Are they going to be the worst team in the league? Probably
No.
But they're not going to be a good team yet. They're too young still. They're just
If
still
you
too young.
think Killian Hayes is going to straighten out whatever shot chucking BS he put on last year, you're out of your mind.
I think. Listen, I'll say this for the record. I think they have a good coach. I think their wins will increase a little bit from Monty Williams, but Troy Weaver does some questionable things at times. So we're going to throw him at the bottom of the barrel. Indiana Pacers.
Interesting team here.
I like their team.
This is a good one. This is a good one.
I could possibly see them making the play-in. Possibly. I'm not going to go out
I'll say
there.
playoff contenders. I think they're in the 7 to 10 range.
So just to go over the starting lineup.
I was going to say that too, actually.
I'm saying like more like 10 or 9. Like they have a unit. Like they really do.
Yeah.
They're like surprisingly like I think they're going to take a good step this year.
Just to go over the starting lineup, I got to agree with you guys. Halliburton, Matheron, Bruce Brown, Obi Toppin, and Miles Turner. Then the bench would be McConnell, Nembhard, Buddy Hield, Jarris Walker, and Jalen Smith. And you could throw in Aaron Nesmith as well.
That's a cold lineup.
I'm
definitely sticking with 7 to 10.
Yeah, I like them.
I'm just going to give it to Brad's comment before we go to Brian's team. 2:30 p.m. is past my bedtime, Feeble. I just had lunch. Perhaps you need to go to bed. Perhaps you might be able to think better, but that's a bigger stretch than Brian going a full podcast without a fade out.
All right, good night, Brad.
I haven't faded out tonight, though. I have to say, I really haven't.
I don't think he has.
I'm only good tonight, man.
I'm only messing with my man Brad. He knows that.
But next, we have the Milwaukee Bucks. I think this is universally obvious.
I already know, guys. Bring me the Larry O'Brien. Let's go.
Yeah, we'll put them in the first category.
Yep.
Next up, this is a very mishmashy team too. The Toronto Raptors.
Between playing and lottery, I think it's the right place to put them for now.
John, any objection?
I'd say playing. I don't think they'll be lottery, but I think they'll be playing at best.
But that'll be like the high end of like the play-in lottery.
Yeah, again.
Above the Wizards for sure, though.
I'll mention their starting lineup. It is Schroeder replacing Van Vliet, OG Anunoby, Scotty Barnes, who came off a bad sophomore year, Pascal Siakam, and Jakob Poeltl. Their bench would be.
They have solid pieces, but I just don't think they're good enough to.
It's very hodgepodgey.
Yeah. I'm going to say playing lottery, something like that.
They just give off some of their bench. It's Precious Achiuwa, Chris Boucher, Jalen McDaniels, Gary Trent Jr., and Malachi Flynn. They also added Grady Dick through the draft. So I got to agree with you guys. We're going to go with between playing and lottery. Next up, the Dallas Mavericks.
Oh, I thought we were going to do the whole East first.
No, we're just going through.
I think it's alphabetical.
Oh shit! Because I would have loved to do it in like conference order, so this way like doesn't mix these things up. Because I'm thinking of it like it's Eastern only.
Gotcha. So we got the Mavericks. They just brought back Kyrie Irving. They re-extended Josh Green. They not drafted. I'm sorry. They traded for Grant Williams. They brought back Seth Curry too. So those are some interesting notes.
Top six.
They drafted Derek Lively as well, and Olivier Maxence Prosper.
I'm
in top 6 here.
I'm
Their
in
defense
between
got so much
that
better.
and playoff contender of like 7 to 10. That's like the range I'm in between.
I mean, we could put him in top 6 and just put him below the Cavs.
That's fair. I mean, it to me it depends on how strong the Western Conference is going to be. Because if it's wide open, they'll be top 6. If it's like a little tighter, it's going to be a little bit lower. But I think they'll be just at 6. Just at 6. My personal opinion.
Yeah, they could. That I could see either
6.
or.
With an asterisk, 6.
Mhm.
Denver Nuggets, last year's NBA Finals champions.
Yeah, they go in tier 1.
Universally agree. Brian?
Championship contender.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Next up, we have the Memphis Grizzlies, who we just talked about.
Now, how
With
They're still
that,
hard to project because of Ja Morant being out the first 25 games.
but Steven Adams being out too is a big deal.
Yeah.
Big deal. I'm in between playing and lottery. The Grizzlies. Listen, I know how well they did last year, but without Ja, the first 25, they're gonna have a serious hit.
so
You'd have to convince me that Marcus Smart's gonna anchor the squad as the starting guard.
I'll say play in lottery.
Actually, you know what? No, I take it back. 7 and 10. 7 and 10.
That's what I'm thinking.
7 and 10.
That middle of the road.
Yeah. 7 and 10. Monty Williams is still a very good coach.
You mean Taylor Jenkins?
Yeah, Taylor Jenkins, not fucking Monty Williams. Taylor Jenkins, Jesus.
Raptors
Y'all,
going to be
I got
solid
the
team,
video
says
finally, the
Almighty.
final out.
What'd you say, Brian?
I got the video of the final out and the Rangers celebration.
Awesome. Next up, another team I'm not necessarily high on, the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yeah, that's a funky team.
Starting lineup I will present is Mike Conley, Anthony Edwards, Jaden McDaniels, Karl Anthony Towns, and Rudy Gobert. I am not a fan of the Towns-Gobert pairing. And their bench is meh. It's McLaughlin, Troy Brown Jr., Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Kyle Anderson, and Naz Reid. Reid got re-upped this offseason, and Shea Milton is there.
This is a 7 to 10 also. I'm not in a play-in spot, but I think 7 to 10 is right.
I kind of want to lean toward playing lottery. Like I really think they're gonna falter.
I'm not disagreeing with you, John. I think maybe we go. I think I'm going to agree with Brian on this one. Playoff contenders at the end of 10, like 10, 9, backups.
Yeah, like
back end they're playing.
I could see this team faltering.
Ooh, we're gonna have a fight in the comments, people.
F the Astros. Wolves are playing lottery, overpaid. I think he's talking about Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert.
Yeah,
is
no,
overrated as hell. We don't give a fuck about the Rangers celebration. Oh, you're talking about McDaniels. I gotta look up that contract. They just threw him a massive extension. He's one of the best defenders in the NBA. I think he did get overpaid. The numbers are.
Let me see what Adrian said.
Yeah, I'll let Brian do that research.
Mm-hmm.
Woj has it posted somewhere. I'm gonna get it. It's one of the more recent things. It's after the Antetokounmpo post.
Yes.
Yeah, Okongwu just got a big deal we talked about. Josh Green got his. Cole Anthony got his. Naismith got his. Or Naismith. Where are you? Avdija just got his. So did Zach Collins. Zikanaji. I can't find it.
I'll double check.
We get Jalen McDaniels.
Again, there's two different McDanielses. Is it Jalen or Jaden? It is Jaden McDaniels.
Jaden?
Yeah, Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Jaden. Okay, got it. 5 years, $136 million. It was Shams who reported it, not Woj.
You want to do the math? That's $27.2 million per year.
Jesus. Jeez.
He's a good player, don't get me wrong, but no.
No, he's not worth that kind of money. Brad says, has Brian been with Johnny lately? He looks like he's been sniffing those lines again. But
Well-
anyways, we move on to a young team, obviously with the most highly touted young prospect, Victor Wembanyama. We have the San Antonio Spurs.
That's amazing. Bottom of the barrel.
I want to give them a play-in lottery chance. I think they'll be
No.
better than expected.
No. They're going to be better than the
Why?
Pistons, though. But no.
But at the same time, how good is Wembanyama? I mean,
That's the
why I'm at
question.
Bottom of the barrel.
that's the question.
One guy can't make a whole team. That's why he's at bottom of the barrel for me.
They also have Vassell. They also have Keldon Johnson, too.
Sure, but they're
Keldon
not
Jo-
guys that are
Keldon
going to
Johnson I
elevate
like a
you
lot.
into the play-in.
What happened?
They
I said
could.
they're not in the position of their career right now where they can elevate you to the play-in.
I'll tell you this right now. They could easily be one of those teams, obviously in the 10-15 range, that could be like in smack dab in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Or I should say more so to the bet, like not completely terrible, but like not close to playing, but not exactly close to a bottom lottery pick.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I guess I'll go bottom. Like,
Yeah.
are they going to be? Could they be the worst team in the West? I don't know, but another hodgepodge squad, the Utah Jazz.
Ooh.
I think they're a play-in team, or a play-in lottery team, I should say.
So
I
they're
will agree.
playing lottery team. I'll agree, but I'm just going to give out the starting lineup. It is Clarkson, Horton, Tucker, Markkanen, who came off a most improved year. John Collins, a new addition, and Walker Kessler, their center. Meanwhile, their bench looks like Keontae George, Colin Sexton, Taylor Hendricks, Simone Fontecchio. I don't think he's going to play. They just drafted Bryce Sensabaugh too, and they also have Kelly Olynyk. So I'm going to go playing between. You said playoff contender 7 to 10.
No, we said playing in
play-in.
lottery.
Gotcha.
Lottery.
That's completely fair. Next up is the LA Clippers.
Oh,
I want to say
are they in the spot where I could put them in the top? That's my question. That's all.
That's
my
if everybody stays healthy.
If they got a healthy squad and Kawhi doesn't sit out 40 games for load management, I mean,
I say probably the 6 to 10 that Mavericks range the Clippers are in.
let me see that Clippers roster. Let me read through it again. Westbrook's projected starter, Paul George, Terrence Mann at the 3, Leonard at the 4, and Zubats as the 5.
Yeah,
Yep. Rotations: Bones, Powell, Kenyon Martin Jr., Rocco, and Plumlee. It's a good team.
Did you mention Batum?
Batum? Yeah, Batum is like a third stringer though.
He's probably a starter realistically, but again,
They have Terrence Mann as a starter over him.
if not backup 4. But Captain Cerulli has objected. He says, "Put the Cavs at the top. What are we doing here?" Well,
they weren't that good in the playoffs. That's what we're doing.
Captain
Yeah,
Cerulli, what's
don't
up?
worry. You think Donovan Mitchell's your savior? Oh my gosh, I can't even talk right now. I'm so tired.
Listen, the thing is, we didn't put them at the top because the other guys have to step up.
Exactly.
That's what
I
I'm
think
saying.
I think I'm official. I'm going to go with if the team does the right thing, the Clippers should be in championship contender. If they stay healthy, they should be in championship contender.
That's a big
If not, they're so
They're a top 6 if they're not.
Maybe I'm leaning like they could be a top 6 seed, but like number 4. One of those things.
Okay. All right.
That's my analysis and assessment. Next up,
Phoenix.
another team, the Phoenix Suns.
Championship contender.
We're gonna put them in tier 1. Who the hell is?
There's just no.
Listen, I'll say this
at
for the
all.
record. I'll put them at tier 1, but I'm not buying them as a champion. I'm not buying them as a team that's coming out of the West because I still question the fit with Durant, Booker, and.
I
Beal.
agree.
Of course.
But they have so much talent, like they have to be there.
Absolutely, they have a nice bench, but I also don't like
Amazing.
how they downgraded at center and got Yusuf Nurkic. Nurkic is a good
Nurkic
rebounder.
could go back to his old Portland form. You never know.
True, but he's a liability defensively.
Speaking of Portland,
Here we are, Portland, literally.
7 to 10.
I'm saying playing lottery.
I'm saying 7-10 because those young guys are going to play really well. Don't forget, that is not a bad roster that the
No,
Portland
it's
has.
not.
You
It's
guys
not a
know it?
bad roster, but there's really no experience. Like there's
Not a
really
ton of experience. I'll read out the lineups as they said.
Mhm.
Scoot Henderson's going to probably start at point guard. You have Anthony Simons, Matisse Steibel at the 3, although I think Shaden Sharp will actually start in front of him. Jeremy Grant at the 4. He just got a massive extension. DeAndre Ayton at the 5. Their backup 5 is actually Robert Williams, which is a major plus side.
You know what? I'll actually concede with Brian on this one. I could see 7-10 on this one. Yeah.
They also
like
drafted a Chris Murray and have Malcolm
Well
Brogdon.
done.
So you know what? I
Yeah.
think I'm going to go 7-10.
Yeah.
Welcome to the side, people.
I could see that. Yeah.
Next up, the Sacramento Kings.
Bottom of the barrel. I'm kidding. No,
No, Brian, be nice.
I'm being nice. I think they were really good last year. They hit a really good stride. Do I feel it was a fluke year? Maybe. I don't know.
I still think they're really good, though.
I
don't
think
think
they're
they're
really good. They're not in the championship contender, but if I'm going to put them in the top 6, they're going to be really low end.
I'm gonna say playoff contender of like 7-10 at least.
Really?
I would say high in there.
Just
high in there.
I think there's a team that overperformed expectations, but I still really like them. I still think they're a playoff
Yeah.
team.
No doubt. Their starting line projected is Fox, Herter. They just re-extended Harrison Barnes, who is like allergic to game 7s. Keegan Murray, who I think is going to take another step this year. Domantas Sabonis is the center. They also have Chris Duarte, Malik Monk, who had an awesome year last year. Davion Mitchell, Alex Len, and Trey Lyles off the bench. If I haven't mentioned, I already mentioned Kevin Herter, but they got
Fox
a nice
and Sabonis connections like top 5 in the league. I'm not even kidding. That's not an exaggeration. They're so good together.
I honestly think they're a top 6 team.
I think they're on low. You either go low top 6 here or high 7-10.
I'm leaning low top 6. Personally.
Okay, we'll do that. I'm thinking that's where we are. We good on that, John?
I could see it. I could see either or.
Okay.
Next
now
up,
what we've been waiting for.
the Knicks.
Top 6.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Yeah, it's either that or 7-10, but like I see them 6-7, like something like that.
All right,
right around the king spot.
Next up, we have the New Orleans Pelicans, another team we were just discussing a few minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Between playing and lottery, I want to buy into them. I can't. So many good players in that team, but so many health questions.
I think it's either like 7-10 or playing. I'm leaning more playing lottery.
That's what I'm saying.
Between playing and lottery, I'm actually going to unanimously agree. I think they'll be like barely missing the playoffs. Where the
Don't even talk about the next one. Just put them right in the bottom of the barrel.
The Hornets.
We're gonna just.
It's just what I question is why they picked Steve Clifford over Quinn Snyder. I will.
One of life's big mysteries.
I mean, they have obviously LaMelo Ball, Terry Rozier, Gordon Hayward, Mark Williams, PJ Washington, but they also have Brandon Miller, JT Thor. Like, I don't know. Like, they have some nice pieces, but I was not sold on them last year, and I won't be this year. They're going to stay bottom of the barrel. Houston Rockets.
Bottom.
I'm iffy on them. I don't think they're bottom, but I think they're not good either. That's the weird thing. Like, they're not a bad team, but they're not a good team either. I can't pick them out.
I can't see them fighting for a play-in spot
I think they were fighting for a play-in. I'm saying they're on the low end of the play-in lottery.
I think they're like a Detroit kind of team that could make the leap with a better coach.
Yeah, they're like Detroit. A lot of talent, but like they're just not there yet. Like maybe next year these two teams.
Yep, next year. Next up, the Miami Heat, and I want to get to a comment real quick. Almighty says John's a Nets fan.
No, you're
no.
That's not even close.
No.
Anyways, what is y'all doing? Pelicans are not a play-in.
We said low end play-in lottery, which means they're more than likely a lottery.
Not as high on the Pelicans.
That's typically what that means.
The Kings basically have the same rosters last season. Yeah, no marquee. Like, they just re-signed their guys technically.
No, I think they're a playoff team again.
Coaching's great.
Contenders. Matisse Steibel's a very good defender. He just can't shoot. KD, Booker, and Beal similar to KD, Harden, and Kyrie. Clippers will choke
Less
as per
drama.
usual. Y'all are bugging.
Why?
Listen, we have
You can't shoot.
Yeah, the Pelicans have a shooting issue.
Yeah.
Next up, the Miami Heat.
Outside of McCollum and Ingram, but yeah.
And Trey Murphy.
I want to say playoff contender of like the 7 to 10 range. I know they went to the finals, but remember they didn't have the strongest regular season.
They
I feel
lost Gabe Vincent. They also lost Max Strus.
Yeah, they
They
good
brought
job
in
with
Josh
replacement.
Richardson as a replacement.
they're
He's
gonna have
not
to
that
rely
good.
on Tyler Hero, and
7 and 10.
that's I agree with you there, Brian. 7 to 10. I think Spoelstra's still an excellent coach. So
I think Miami's still above every single team that's in that section, though.
But the only guy who could outdo Spoelstra
Probably,
was
yeah.
Malone. Next up,
Yeah.
we have the Chicago Bulls, another team I'm not exactly high on.
yeah,
I'm gonna get bold. I'll get bold with them. I'm gonna say championship contender. No, I'm kidding. No, I would never. Would never. Not with Chicago. There's no Jordan. I would say bottom of the barrel lottery.
I want to say like playing lottery, but I could also see them collapsing.
I like between playing and lottery more.
I'm thinking bottom of the barrel lottery just because I'm thinking about the full on collapse they've had. Levine didn't look great last year. DeRozan was pretty much the only anchor. They barely snuck in as the play-in. It was kind of a miracle they even got in. I think it could fall apart. Everybody's getting older.
I don't think they're worse than a team like the Hornets or the Rockets. That's why
or the Pistons.
Yeah, like I
when
think
you want to go between, we'll do between.
Yeah, I think we'll stick with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next up, we have the hometown Brooklyn Nets.
Y'all are gonna hate me for this. You're gonna hate me.
Why?
7 to 10.
I don't disagree.
But you don't agree either.
No, I actually don't disagree.
I actually kind of agree.
Really?
7 to 10 is kind of what I expect. They're going to be like
I kind of think the Nets are going to be definitely.
The way it's looking that Simmons has really stepped into that role of being the main guy. He has. And if that continues, they could easily be a play-in or even an 8 or 7 seed if they go really well.
I say that with Brooklyn.
If Simmons improves, and that's the ifs and buts and candies and nuts. We'll all have a Merry Christmas.
And I'll give you a quick read. of their lineup. Simmons, Dinwiddie, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson, Nick Claxton. Their bench, DSJ, Cam Thomas, Royce O'Neal, DFS, Day'Ron Sharp. They also got Noah Clowney and Lonnie Walker III.
Yeah,
Walker's a good piece. But I'll say for the record, we were even talking about it in our SFC Terrier TV thing. Like, not during the show, but this was afterwards or before. They got to get the ball away from Dinwiddie and move it into the hands of Bridges and Johnson.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Bridges proved he can be that elite scorer you need at any moment. He's a future star, by far.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just going to double check the numbers here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 for the Eastern Conference. I think that's good enough for playoff contenders in the 7 to 10 range. Now we have the Oklahoma City Thunder, a young team. Obviously made the play-in last year. They lost, but that's a team to keep an eye on.
They're my team. They're moving up to a tier 7 to 10 playoff contender. I really like the Thunder.
Okay. I'm gonna be the one that makes everybody just want to punch me in the face. Top 6.
Top 6. Ooh, that's bold.
Somebody's got to take a big leap for that to happen.
I think that of all the teams here from last season compared to now that could really make a big leap, if everything goes right for these Thunder,
I
could totally see this young group getting into the top 6 like the Kings did and only get eliminated in the first round. But they get into the low-end top 6. You know what I'm talking about, number 6.
You know what? You've actually quite convinced me. Let's throw them in there. Top 6.
Low end, though. Really low end.
Low end top 6. That's fair.
Yeah.
Golden State.
Championship contender.
Let me look.
I want to say.
No, we can rearrange this. We can rearrange this afterwards. So
I want to say top 6.
Yeah, we'll rearrange this afterwards. But I'm thinking Golden State top 6. Yeah, we can rearrange this.
Let's stick with that for now. I'm willing to debate that.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you said top 6?
Yeah, listen, we
Oh,
can easily
okay. You know
rearrange
what?
it, but we got to put like
I
6 up
thought.
there.
I'll be honest. I thought you said championship contender, but you know what? You're right. Top
I
6,
did
I
say
would
it, and I
agree.
was like, no, we could argue all this afterwards. We could rearrange it because you need
Yeah.
to put 6 in the championship contender anyway. You got to put 6 teams.
Yeah,
Boston Celtics. I think we know where to go with this one.
top tier.
Yeah, same with the Lakers. I'm
Yeah,
putting the Lakers there too.
put the
Great
Lakers-
lineup.
Put the Lakers
Orlando
there, too.
Magic.
Going up
Bottom.
there too. No, I'm kidding. We're not doing that. It'd be nice, but no.
Bottom.
Bottom of the
Right.
barrel.
So this is what we got here. We got our championship contenders. We have our playoff contenders. We have our 7 to 10 seeds.
Okay.
We also have our between playing and lotteries and bottom of the barrels.
Okay. Well, our 3 teams we have 3 West teams already in the championship contenders. We can't add another one or switch them out unless you guys feel somebody in the top 6 from the West can fit up there.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anybody you can replace.
Quick, some quick comments, real quick. Why do you guys really think that Detroit is not playing potential? Duran, Cade. Listen, they got some nice pieces,
Nice
but their
piece.
A
rosters,
lot of unproven guys.
Yeah,
their,
nice.
their roster's very hodgepodgey, and there's
Nice-
like
Nice
weird
pieces
mix.
don't always amount to success.
They got a good coach too, but it's just like
Okay. We need to add one more East team up there in the contender if nobody's going to change the West. So who's going up? Are we going to move the Sixers?
Are you
Cavs,
talking about playoff contenders, or are you talking about championship?
from
contenders?
playoff contender top 6 into championship contender? We got to move another East team up there. Who's going up?
Let's go over the East teams. Are we banking for the Sixers? Are we banking on Tyrese Maxey taking an All-Star leap?
I can't do it. I can't. I'm thinking Cavs, honestly.
They're better than the Cavs, and they're probably better than the Knicks. Like I just don't see.
I think the Cavs have to go up there. I think the coaching for the Sixers
No.
gets hit. But here's the thing: they did add Nurse. They added Nurse, which is what
They
changes things
did,
around.
but Brian, they got to prove it. Sorry, Sixers have reached further than the Cavs before.
I want it, dude.
Sorry.
James Harden. I got to see what happens with James Harden trade. That's what we have so many
hate James
outliers.
Harden,
There's too many fires going on to focus.
So then wait, maybe we both just leave them there because I think, you know what? Screw it. Like,
I'm thinking, no, one of them's got to go up. We got to pick one.
no, they don't. Why do they have to go up?
One, because you need to have 3 from each for a championship contender. The top 3. Top 3s are
You
always
don't need to
contenders.
have 3 for each, though. Not necessarily. If you truly believe they're not championship contender, then.
I feel that there's one more we can move up. That's why we said we're going to reanalyze this. I think,
But I don't.
Cavs
But
can go up.
you know what? I'm just picking the Sixers by default because I don't think Cleveland's proven it yet. I don't think the
Okay.
Knicks have proven it yet. And if you're going saying James Harden and is having issues again, as we know, he is a diva in the locker room.
But
Like-
John, to be fair, to put a fork into that argument, Joel Embiid has not gotten past the second round ever.
Okay, well, overall, let's just pause it here. So I'm at the Cavs. You're at the Sixers. Luca, where are you at? Sixers or Cavs?
The
Knicks
problem,
Nation, that's what I said.
the
I said
problem-
that 5 minutes ago.
the problem for me is the Cavs. Listen, they got good pieces, but they need one of their stars to step up, not
Okay.
named Garland or Mitchell, mainly in the front court.
Mhm.
And they had some nice role players. I'll give them that. The Sixers, Joel Embiid has not gotten past the second round ever.
Oh, you know
So-
what? Knicks has a point. We're just not going to move one up.
That
We'll leave it at the
Brian,
Bucks.
I said that like Luca. Did he not listen to me?
To be truthful,
Did he not listen to me?
to be truthful, I second that. I think it is a 2-team race, and I think everybody else is their own tier. I think it's
I'm still fine with putting 4 East teams at that point then in the top 6, just to
Yeah.
make up for that.
Yeah.
So
I
I
just wanna
mean,
double check that. So Sixers, Cavs, Knicks, and
that's it. We need one more,
Yeah.
and we got 5 West teams up there, which doesn't add up.
Hmm.
If somebody's got to drop,
So what are we doing again? We're dropping a
we got to drop a
Dropping
West
the
team.
to add an East team.
West team for an East team.
I'm actually going to think of adding Brooklyn to drop maybe the Warriors.
I'm
Wait,
not
why the
dropping
Warriors?
Golden State. But maybe the Mavs.
I would argue the Thunder. I know I put them up there really high, but maybe they don't have to be a top 6. They don't have to be.
They could be at a
7.
7.
All right,
right?
that's fair
Let's
too.
do Thunder, and in their place, what about the Heat?
I was thinking the Nets. Maybe because Bridges could take that next step. Same with Cam Johnson.
I'm trying to. I want to give the Heat more respect, a little bit, just
I think
because.
Miami would be my lean.
I'd say Miami.
Yeah, we'll stick with them. They did.
So Miami goes up. So that's where we're at. So we're playoff contenders, top 6, Sixers, Knicks, Cavs, and Heat. That's where we're at. So would be in our top 6.
Yeah.
For the West, it's the Warriors, the Mavs, the Clippers, and the Kings. We feel like they're all up there.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. In the playoff contenders area, you could fit like 8 teams, honestly. Because the reason why I'm saying rearrange is because we want to kind of line up with the numbers we put on the side.
Right.
If they're going to be in the top 6, there's got to be a total of 12 teams in the top 2 tiers. That's how I feel. Because I know a lot of people are saying, why are you rearranging it? Just keep it as is. I feel like it's better to just try to get an even number in there to match up.
So the championship contenders, we're going to leave it as is. There's, again, 3 from the West, 2 from the East. So what do we want to do here?
For 7 to 10, we have, let's see, Atlanta, Indy.
We have 3
Brooklyn.
Eastern Conference teams, 4 Western Conference.
Okay, so the West ones are fine. We need to move an East.
Which team is that?
We've got the Raptors, Wizards, or Bulls.
I would say the
Raptors.
Yeah, I would say Raptors too. And then, do we have any opinions about rearranging the West at all? Anything? Grizzlies, Wolves, Thunder, Portland.
I don't think so. I think we're going to leave it as is with that.
Yeah.
And the bottom of the barrel and between playing doesn't matter. Those you can leave them as is.
Yeah,
You don't have to rearrange those. So that's where we're at. That's our final tier list.
I'm going to save this because we can obviously revisit this come whatever time. But if I'm just going to move the banner real quick, get Portland out of here as listen, Almighty, they have talent. They have plenty of talent. They also got some young talent too.
Guys, we have breaking news. Big breaking news. Dusty Baker's expressed to multiple inside and outside the Astros organization that this was his last season as manager of the Astros.
He's probably done at that point.
Yeah.
He's done. He's leaving. That means the Astros going to be looking for a new manager.
Well, looks
like my God.
He's probably retiring for good, to be honest. He's had
I don't
so
blame
many
him.
tenures.
I don't blame him. He got nothing else left to prove.
Get to a couple of comments real quick before we head on out of here. Going to a couple of Nets games in Brooklyn. Awesome, Roger. Utah's going to be a good team. I think they're going to be in the middle. As we said, between play and between lottery. What's wrong? Is there something that you're hearing?
No, Alex just said Buck Showalter to the Stros.
I mean, that would be weird. Swap Portland for
Buck is
Utah.
proud.
One of the West teams has to drop. Then you got to put the Sixers in playoff contenders. 7 to 10. They're not.
Almighty, you're bugging. I'm sorry. I don't like the Sixers. I don't believe in them.
You
but
watch
still
basketball, Almighty? Are you sure?
What
Good.
respect the Heat are rivals? Technically, they are.
Yeah, but you go from a fan perspective. You got to take out the fan perspective and think about it from an analytical standpoint. They're going to go back.
Yeah. Almighty, he'll probably retire. He probably will retire.
Probably not.
Like for good, because Giants, Reds, Nationals, Cubs, Astros. That's 5 teams that he's managed.
And include the Mets. Wait. Oh, you're doing just teams he coached. I thought you were saying openings.
I was talking about Dusty Baker.
My bad. There's our first thing. There's our first one. There's the first fade out. We got it.
I got to hit this before we leave.
Oh, there it is. We finally got our first one.
Is it close to around 3 minutes and 53 seconds? But I'm going to go to Brian, to John, and then myself for final thoughts.
All right. I'm going to go into my final thoughts talking about the topic I wanted to hope we had time to do.
Yeah, we could do it real quick.
I'll do it quick. So if nobody's aware, it's been making the rounds today on Twitter. A new baseball league has emerged called Baseball United, which is based out of the Middle East and South Asia. They had their draft earlier this morning, and some wild names were drafted. If you don't mind, I would like to share that and go through the new orders. So the first pick of the draft went off. The Mumbai Cobras were on the clock. Now, with their first pick, they chose Karen Patel. Makes sense. Double A, he was the first Indian American ever selected in the MLB draft. It makes sense, right?
Yeah.
Now, the second overall pick is Stephen Moya. Anybody remember Stephen Moya?
I think so.
Okay. Stephen Moya was, kind of get the numbers here. Stephen Moya is a right fielder, spent 3 years in Detroit back in 2014 to 2016. Most of these guys I'm going to mention, if they've been out of the league for a while, they were in international, were retired, or were in the minors, or in independent leagues. One of the many. The third overall pick in this draft was Didi Gregorius. Infielder at 33 years old.
And he retired, which is funny.
Supposedly, he's going to play for the Dubai Wolves. The next pick by the Abu Dhabi Falcons, fourth overall, was Pablo Sandoval.
He's been out of the league a few years.
Kung Fu Panda.
They had another pick right after and picked Alex Liddy.
I remember Alex Liddy.
Yep. 61 games with Seattle from 2010 to 2013. The next pick, number 6, John. Yankees fans in the chat, you know who this man is. The Dubai Wolves selected Robinson Cano.
Boo.
At 40 years old.
Fuck him.
40 years old. You make that make sense. And then everybody else is more notable. I'll finish it off here quickly with the first round. The Karachi Kings selected Phil Irvin, who was an outfielder with Atlanta and Seattle 2017 to 2020.
Yep.
And the Dubai Cobras, to close it out, selected Andrelton Simmons.
Andrelton Simmons. They also drafted Bartolo Colon.
Thank you for spoiling that. I was going to get to that. Bartolo Colon is also a member of this league. He got drafted in the second round.
There we go, Bart. Big sexy.
Drafted in the second round at 50 years old. Hasn't pitched in a game since 2021. He's going to pitch again at 50.
Big sexy.
Other names to note that I was able to mark down. David Huff.
Yep, I remember him.
Robbie Ross.
Yep.
A couple Mets that John may or may not remember. Akeem Bostick.
Okay.
And Akil Morris.
Those are some names I've not heard in
very long time. Yeah, I had a feeling that was the case. Because one of them was 2021 they pitched, and the other guy was like a Mets pick back in 2011. Yeah. There's also Zach Rosscup, Enrique Burgos. That's like pitchers wise. There's also Brandon Laird was drafted.
Oh my God.
Cito Culver.
Oh.
Justin Williams.
Who?
Justin Williams.
Okay, I don't know that
name. One full season for St. Louis in 2021, 3 seasons total in the league. He was picked in the second round by Arizona back in 2013. Shed Long is another one, but you may not know him. He played like 3 years with Seattle.
Nope.
Let's see who else we got. Anybody notable? Jeffrey Marte.
Maybe.
Third baseman.
Doesn't quite ring a bell.
AJ Schugel.
Maybe.
3 years with Pittsburgh and Arizona, 15 to 17.
Probably I haven't heard of him.
Hector Sanchez. Remember the catcher?
Yeah.
He was on that Giants World Series team.
Yeah, I was about to say he backed up Buster Posey.
Yep. He's been drafted in this league. This is an NPB pitcher. I remember this name, Shingo Harada.
Nope.
Career reliever in the NPB. Drew Ward. I don't know if anybody knows that one.
Nope.
He was like a big name guy coming up in the draft back in 2013. Got picked by Washington. Was MLB his whole career for 9 years. And I told you guys about Carlos Martinez, who we used earlier in the grid. Martinez has been drafted as well. Pitched with St. Louis from 13 to 21. Was a 2-time All-Star.
This league is nuts.
Let's also add in, and that was just 2 teams I went through. There's also Jair Jurgens, 1-time All-Star. Dwight Smith Jr. Willen Rosario.
The catcher?
Yep. From Colorado. Dovydas Neverauskas, 4 years with Pittsburgh. Reggie McClain.
No, what? I'll say this. I've heard of Neverauskas and McClain.
Brian Schlitter. Played with the Cubs. He was very sporadic, like 2010, 2014, 15, and 19.
Yeah, such a weird name, but yeah.
And here's a utility guy or like a lesser known backup guy you guys might know. Hernan Perez.
Yep, heard of him.
Yep, he got drafted. Now, in the last team here, Gabriel Guerrero, who played 1 season with Cincy. He's the cousin of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Dylan Thomas, the outfielder.
Maybe.
Andre Rienzo, another righty. Alejandro De Aza.
Yep, De Aza is former Met.
Yep, De Aza. JD Hammer.
Nope.
Severino Gonzalez.
Yep.
And Rusney Castillo.
Rusney Castillo.
Now, you may be thinking this is just some kind of beer league, right? And a full of has-beens. The rest of the guys that announced were either minor leaguers or playing in the Mexican League or playing in MPB or independents. Now, here are the people who own or are involved with the team, just so you understand how significant this is to growing the brand of baseball. And then I'll end it off here where my final thoughts are. For the Mumbai Cobras, their honorary GM is Barry Larkin.
Really?
Yep. Barry Larkin's their honorary GM. The manager of the team is Chris Sabo.
From the both former Reds, they were practically teammates.
They were, because they won the World Series together back in 1990. That's just for Mumbai. Karachi Monarchs, their honorary GM is Adrian Beltre. And the manager is Miguel Tejada.
Talk about now these names are a little more familiar.
Yeah. The Dubai Wolves honorary GM is Felix Hernandez.
Really? I have no idea.
Yep. And the manager is John McLaren. I don't know if you guys know who that is.
Yep, former coach.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And also 2-time manager of China, their national team. And finally, the Abu Dhabi Falcons, honorary GM. I'll give you a hint. It's a former Yankee, known as like a wild guy, party guy in the house, the big ball of energy. Let's see if you can guess him.
Brett Gardner.
No.
I'm kidding.
Jesus Montero.
Okay. He's more known for his Yankee tenure, but he was already a good baseball player before that. I don't think he had an all-star nom his career either. But he was loved by the fans because he was very good at what he did.
It's not Nick Swisher, is it?
It is. Nick Swisher is the honorary GM of the Abu Dhabi Falcons. One-time all-star, World Series champ, and the manager is Dennis Cook.
Maybe I know that name.
Pitched for 9 different teams, won the World Series in 97. But that's what I'm saying. This league has a lot of big names involved in it. So the question becomes, why is it getting all this attention? I'm kind of shocked to even be talking about this. I read Bartolo Colon. I'm like, is he a pitching coach? I thought he just retired.
That's what you automatically think.
Yeah.
And I'm like, he just retired. What are we talking about here? And then apparently he's not retired. He's going to play. So I guess we're going to see if the man still got it. But that's my final thoughts. I'm shocked that baseball has grown this much. They're going to try to grow it out there in South Asia and the Middle East to kind of get more attention to the brand.
Yeah, former pro players. John, final thoughts?
Well, shout out to the chat if you stayed with us this long. We have not done a 4-hour show in quite some time. I don't remember the last time we pulled it off. But nevertheless, thanks all for joining out. Just a reminder, guys, we got playoff baseball tomorrow, Game 7 of the Phillies Astros. We got Knicks season opener against the Celtics, so that'll be a good one. We got Thursday night football between Brian's Bucks and the disgusting Buffalo Bills. So we'll have those in the next few days for y'all. We'll also have some other content. I know Alex will probably do some Giant stuff for all the Giant fans in the chat. But thanks again, guys. I'll pass it over to my man, Luca. So we can take
it is past midnight here at on the East Coast, but I'd like to thank Brian for coming on. Obviously, John does a very good job as well. But thank you to all in the chat. Obviously, John outlined the schedule for the most part. We're also doing Sunday night, a Sunday stream, Jets Giants with me, myself, John, and Armand. And we're also going to be doing the call-in show that night, which should be a lot of fun and interesting. So we appreciate all of you being here. Hit the like button, subscribe, do all the good stuff. Plenty more content as we've headlined. And we'll see you all later. Peace and have a good night.